mouth. Oh!
At one point, we were cool, and then all of a sudden, their people just turned very pompous about the whole thing.
We are going to take it back. We're going to take the Statue of Liberty back.
That's pretty good, though. That's one of your better impressions.
I don't know what it is.
Generic France kid.
It's basically just a bad Pepe Le Pew. It's not good.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We've got 4 stellar hours of programming heading your way today. That open courtesy Mac Robinson back on the board. Yes. I think we're going to be seeing Jax Gregory for a minute. Big thanks. We also got Jake Murrin doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can watch us all show long on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to like us. Make sure they like me. They really, really like me. And subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We got Matt Corelli. Gonna eat some fondue tonight, boys. Matt Corrali, the Big Cheese, with us till 3. I have no idea who the hell is on after that. Meredith? Potentially? Maybe?
Could be.
Meredith?
Might be.
She just walked in. I was right. Good guess out of me. Hi, JP.
I one time forgot that it was Meredith after. So I just made an innocent comment of like, oh yeah, 3 o'clock. I forgot you come in. And she was like, it's been this way every single week for the entire football season. I'm like, I know. I'm not paying nearly enough attention. How we doing today, Nick?
You're expecting me to remember last week, which... You've got 2 small children at home. My kids are still in school. Anything past like the last 24 hours, and who the hell knows where I am.
More than fair. Now, why won't we see Jax anymore? What happened with Jax?
Oh, well, we had a off-air discussion yesterday.
Break that down for us, please.
That we started hypothesizing, right? Who amongst the station might be the most Tim Tebow-esque in one aspect.
And we're not talking about jump passes.
We're not talking about jump passes or should be tight ends and try to play quarterback. Not that.
Okay.
And so basically, there were about 3 or 4 real prime contenders at the station.
Yeah.
I don't remember who they were, but at some point, Jax gave us his first 2 off air.
Yeah.
And then I had mentioned a third name. Mm-hmm. And then he went, yes. That's a great name.
Okay.
Well, as you and I were walking out, we were still having that conversation because it was an off and on conversation.
Yeah.
And JP, who is a dirty, dirty dog, and God love him for it, saw the third person that Jax went, that guy.
This was a social assassin move is what this was.
It was the most cold-blooded thing. And he went, whoever that might be, Jax had you number 1.
But the key in that is you got to bolt immediately after you do it.
Yes, well...
And that's what I did. I turned and immediately ran out the door.
The beauty of it was Jax's voice. Jax is the chillest young man.
He's such a nice kid.
On the face of the planet. And his voice went higher than Mickey Mouse's. He was like... And just kept backpedaling, which only made him more guilty, which made me laugh like an absolute jagaloon, and it was pure cinema.
Yeah, we'll see him at the holiday party later on today. He'll be fine.
It was dirty business by you, and I've never been more proud.
No, he'll be fine. He'll be all right. It was just, sometimes you just got to seize the moment.
Listen, sometimes it's there, and you either take it or you live to regret it.
Sometimes, like when you can tell another coworker that a coworker leaving is going to do AA baseball in Alaska, you take those opportunities until other people on the show all of a sudden decide not to go along and run with that.
Just in case anybody's forgotten that we do not kill bits on this show, Mac Robinson. Good. Can you take longer to get to the microphone?
No. Thanks for radio.
Good.
You're welcome.
God.
Thanks for radio.
Now, we got to talk about quarterback. Because
naturally, yes.
We got to talk about... I will agree with the echoed sentiment out there that as of right now, unless you were pre-set on an opinion, a la Shador should be the starter, and Dylan Gabriel should be the starter, maybe you're a Deshaun freak. I don't know. But
I think Deshaun's the freak. I don't know that there's Deshaun freaks out there. I think Deshaun is the freak.
He's reformed now. Yeah, he's married. He's a totally different guy.
Oh, yeah.
He changed.
Yeah, that's good.
He signed that marital license, and he was like, massage, mishmash, right? But
what?
That's a, it's like, I don't even know what that word means anymore.
On the actual certification. It's just massage, mishmash.
He didn't sign Deshaun Watson.
No.
So he just signed massage, mishmash.
and then a PS. This will get me out of this.
He's
like a villain
He's like
from
a
the
Looney
1950s.
Tunes
Yes.
criminal.
Here, this will get me out of this here.
I'm about to turn him into a Scooby-Doo villain, but I will
He
say,
does the impressions, Mac. I swear they sound like the real thing.
I will agree.
Can't tell them apart.
I will agree that I think if over the last 5 weeks you've become dead set on a quarterback, it's far too early. But I will add the caveat: you should be leaning pretty heavily one way or another with 3 weeks to go in the season.
There's just so much information we don't know, though. This is the hard part of this. Like, do I want to see Shedeur play in 2026? Of course I do. Am I open to the idea that if they love Fernando Mendoza, then okay, Mendoza, come on down. You're the quarterback. But we don't even know who the head coach is going to be for this season.
Yeah,
we don't know. We don't even know who the GM is going to be with certainty for this next season. I'm all right with right now if the take is I believe quarterback matters more than any other position, and you should use that as your guiding force. But also, I have to see more, really just every bit of information become available.
They're basically two paths, right? You're leaning towards Shedeur being the starter in 2026.
Well, no, but even that's got a wrinkle in it, too, though. I mean, again, even today, Mary Kay went down the path at Cleveland.com about the idea that it could be Shedeur, but if it's not Shedeur, it'd be Deshaun Watson. Like there are, and then Albert comes on every other week and talks about a free agent quarterback that we haven't even yet discussed entering the family photo here.
He discussed Kirk Cousins.
He
and
brings up a new one every week, it feels like.
Shot that one down. That's a bad idea.
I mean, but then he'll bring up Mac Jones, he'll bring up Davis Mills, he'll bring up all these other guys, and it's like, all right, fine, I get it. You're always going to be able to come up with somebody, but it's either that road or it's the road of, it seems like Mendoza or potentially more.
So we want Jake Murrin. Mac, you might have to facilitate this because I didn't tell him when I wanted this done. But basically, we're going to put up a 90, I don't know why I said basically, we're going to put up a 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat poll.
We're going to accomplish that goal.
Which way are you leaning right now? Keeping Shedeur as the starter in 2026 or drafting a quarterback with your first rounder. And I wish this was more of an interesting conversation today. It will get more interesting with more information.
Even how you phrase that right there also leads to another part of this that isn't truly answered yet is it just our first round pick, or are we then offering up more than just our first round pick in order to get this quarterback that we're talking about?
All right, we are getting two.
You see how this is a problem?
I feel like we're spinning out.
You see how this is a problem?
Let's simplify this question for the start of the show. Then we can build out from there. But you're right, by the way. It is more complex than people think. I just wish it was more interesting to me. When I say interesting, I mean I wish it was a tougher thing because I'm leaning Shedeur for two reasons. One, I think Shedeur has something, and I want to see that before I move on. Two, I just can't. I can't believe. I as of right now, I don't believe any of the quarterbacks in this draft 5 years from now are going to be definitively better than Shedeur. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be drafted in the first round, but what I mean is, I think Shedeur. I think he was a top 40
spin
pick
on this. I like this.
Stop.
I like this. What a supporter we have here.
But I think Shedeur was a top 40 player in this last draft. I didn't think he was a top 5 player. I think Shedeur, at his best, is going to be somewhere between the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th best quarterback in the NFL. I don't know Fernando Mendoza is going to be anything more than that.
I have zero idea.
With Dante Moore, I think he's either going to be...
I think he's a boomer bust, Dante Moore.
Yeah, 100%. He's either going to be a top 6 quarterback or he's going to be out of the NFL in 5 years.
He also isn't old enough to drink right now either. I mean, at 20 years old, he's got this... He's got a lot of talent to himself.
You like quarterbacks that can drink?
Well, when we're speaking about lack of experience, yeah, I think it comes into play. Like, it highlights, the comment, Nick, highlights the idea that he's only 20 years old, making him a younger quarterback, unlike someone like Tyler Shuck, which was getting his AARP card by the time the NFL draft came around.
I now understand what you were saying.
Thank you. Well, you seemed confused for a second. I wasn't sure.
So I do think, though, as of right now, and again, I haven't studied the tape. A lot of sports talk guys want to tell you how they study the tape. Right?
All 22 just exist. Actually, they don't sleep with like dreams. It's all 22 film.
They do, and that's their snuff film too.
Yeah,
yeah. They've managed to work that in.
Also banned in certain states.
That's true.
I don't know what this access is about.
You have to actually sign in with your Social Security.
Oh, everything.
To view that Fernando Mendoza smut. But I do think If this was a Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels year, or if it was a Joe Burrow, Tua Tagovailoa, Justin Herbert year, if it was a Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Sam Darnold year, Lamar year, he was also in there, even though he didn't go in the top 30. But I think I'd be more inclined to be like, I think you can get your quarterback here. As of right now, it looks like a 2-quarterback race, and I think both are equal risks to what you're doing with Shedeur.
Okay, so the interesting part about this to me, then, it does seem like you're highlighting that you are. This is because of the class. This is class dependent for why you came to this conclusion.
I mean, no, because if Shedeur hadn't shown me something, I would not be able to go with Shedeur either. I would have to go to a door 3. I would insist on the third door.
Okay, but you do acknowledge the idea that if this was, let's say, just that Joe Burrow class that had 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round, if it was that class and it felt that stacked, or even just the one a couple years ago where the top 3 quarterbacks all look great between Caleb, Daniels, and May, you would have a different thought.
I'd probably be leaning draft a quarterback in 2026, and Shedeur would have to sway me over the final 3 games.
I'm not begrudging this. I think that's actually sensible. You're using the information at hand, and you're looking at it and saying it's because you think, I would imagine, the 2027 class is better, that you're willing to basically roll the dice on this upcoming season. If Shedeur pops, great, and if not, you're in position for 2027. Where I like this, though, is the idea that you're not forcing anything with 2026. I am typically pro-draft quarterback. I think that's a smart venture for most teams. If they love Mendoza at the end of the day, then go out and take Mendoza. You have to love him, though, and you have to be convinced that he can actually do something. Whereas with Shedeur, I mean, I want to see Shedeur play. I want him to be the quarterback in 2026. I don't think it's a bad route to have him have 2026, and then in 2027, you go back to this quarterback class that seems, as of right now, this can change, but seems pretty good.
Which way are you leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026? 79% of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat right now saying keep Shedeur the starter. Just about 21% saying drafting a quarterback in the first round if you would like to sway. If you'd like to have your say in this poll, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, then click into the YouTube chat where you can vote on that one. 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Which way are you leaning with a quarterback spot in 2026 for the Browns? Quick hits. At 2:40, we've got Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com. At 3:20, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. At 4, and then the lead at 5. Which way are you leaning with the quarterback spot in 2026? You can throw the word risk at me. There is no risk-free approach going forward. It's just what risk are you comfortable with, and what risk are you comfortable with the Browns being the one risking it? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hauser will coach the team in the Frisco Bowl next week against UNLV, with a national search for a new head coach being underway. Don't miss the Browns preview show tonight, right here on 92.3 The Fan at 7 o'clock. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I'm not really looking in the numbers, I'm looking in the wins. That achieves everything. You know, I talked to Jameis like a couple weeks ago, and then he went crazy. He threw for some crazy yards, but he was like, nah, bro, like, the most important thing is the wins, you know, and having that guidance, having that knowledge, you know, from a vet like him, it truly, like, helped me understand, you know, a little bit more. You know, you just got to focus on that, and the more plays you stack, the more completions you rack up, the better chance you have at winning. So, have I been playing winning football lately? Nah, I don't think so. But it's something I have self-evaluated and I'm applied to my game.
Shedeur Sanders talking earlier today, talking about how people have maybe had some conversations about his stats, but what about EPA? But what about other stats that I'm not thinking of right now? And where he ranks or where he doesn't rank? It's interesting. We threw out the Twitter poll there, and the numbers are holding strong. It's 83% of people are saying keep Shedeur the starter for 2026, as opposed to 17% of people saying draft a quarterback in the first round, and that's on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat. Where we put that poll up.
Which, can you help explain something to me quickly? Because I don't understand why the sentiment is that across this city, and this is a Cleveland-specific thing, the idea that people would be more scared to draft a quarterback than not.
So what are you asking for elaboration on?
I'm asking why that's the belief. Why is that the what happened here that throughout the years somehow molded people into the city of being more scared to take a quarterback than wanting to take a quarterback? Because the rest of the NFL doesn't really operate that way. The rest of the fan bases that are. And it's a very unique to Cleveland thing, and I'm fascinated by it.
So are you saying that that's what people think is the thing, or that most people are actually? Are you saying that that's the reality?
I don't know if it is the reality or isn't, because I talked to enough people that do want to take quarterbacks, but like the growing sentiment, and this has kind of been reinforced over the past couple of days, is this belief that people in the city just don't want to take a quarterback unless it is in fact a Joe Burrow type and is the absolute perfect of perfect quarterbacks. Is that just because there's the long-standing belief that unless they're so good to overcome the Browns, then it's never going to work? Is that what that is?
Yes. We watched Baker Mayfield. I think everybody got burned by Baker.
That would make sense to me, by the way. But was it Baker, or did this exist long before Baker? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, think about it. Baker's the great clarion call. No, because there were a lot of people, and myself included, in the vicinity of let's tank. Because it was like, you need to get the number one pick because that's where the good quarterbacks are. But I think Baker's like the perfect clarion call for everyone to rally around, whether you wanted him to stay in Cleveland or not. Because the people who didn't want Baker are going to point to this and go, he was the number one pick, and I still don't think he's a top 5, top 7 quarterback in the NFL, so it's not a sure thing. Another round of people will say, well, he's the number one pick, but the Browns ruined him. And then yet the final group of people will say, well, okay, even Baker couldn't overcome this. So it's all three of the things where it's like everyone, we can't unite on a damn thing in this town when it comes to the Browns right now, but we can unite on almost like a megazord that organization is incapable of making this happen.
Well, and they might end up being right. I don't know, because we haven't seen them get it right. But like even in that Baker draft, though, like Josh Allen was never truly part of the equation for the Browns, and a lot of that reasoning is because you had to sit him for 2 years essentially, and not sit him. We play him, but play him while he sucks for 2 years while he figured out how to throw the football. And like for the Browns, and there's a lot of Browns fans, and I'm part of this Browns contingent that believes if Josh Allen went to the Browns, we wouldn't have been as patient with him for the 2 years to even figure it out. And more likely than not, Josh Allen would have ended up a broken toy.
I also think there are enough people in here who are intrigued by what Shedeur can be. And I think it's because while people who do not like Shedeur will contend he's a 5th-round pick, I think there are a lot of people like me who were, well, I don't want him with a 2nd pick, but if he's your 2nd-round pick, I think I can get behind that.
Or just people that have seen enough throws out of this. And there is a part of me that wonders, is because Dylan set him up in such a way that everything seems, 100 times better because it followed Dylan Gabriel. But we've watched enough football to know, like, the throws that he is making, I think his highs are really high, and his lows right now are really, really low. That's why his overall numbers are in the toilet essentially, because his lows just bring that down in such a massive way. But I like to look at the really highs and see what that is, and I project that out.
Yeah, I think that's because I think when you're looking at a rookie quarterback, no matter what round they're in, you're looking for the basic elements to play with and say, can we coach this up? And then that opens up a whole nother conversation with who should be the coach and, how much.
Because right now I don't trust Stefanski to coach anybody up. I wouldn't trust him to coach up. Basically, you name the quarterback that you think is great. I'm not trusting him with Stefanski, but I would trust him with somebody else.
Ironically, I would trust Kevin Stefanski with Fernando Mendoza because I think Fernando is as close to an approximate to what Kevin wants out of a quarterback.
But Shedeur should have been too, though. That's the thing about Shedeur.
I'm talking about the off the field and the on the field.
Oh, no, I get
Fernando is just a blank slate of a human being who says things like mommy and things like that and is just an all-shucks kind of guy. I think that matters as much to Kevin as, well, how do you feel under center?
I get that, but on the field, Shedeur should have been a perfect fit for Stefanski in many ways. But this goes back to what I think about Stefanski, where I don't think any coaching up actually happens. I don't think he makes anybody drastically better on the offensive side of the ball, where I feel like what you got with Mendoza, if he entered, would be the same Mendoza you'd have a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. You need someone like what Brian Daboll was to Josh Allen, where he legitimately for 2 years worked with him and got him to the spot that Josh Allen's at now. Maybe he was always getting there anyway, but he got there.
The only thing I would say because again, I don't want to give Stefanski a lot of credit with Shedeur, because I think he loses so many points for the path to Shedeur to play and how much time we wasted not getting this kid ready to play, and maybe at a time where we could have seen him earlier in the season, which would have given us more to go off of and better quality data to go off of. I do think Shedeur has developed in the pocket. Shedeur's comfort in the pocket, especially behind a bad O-line, I think that has to be some of Stefanski's coaching. Again, I don't think he's going to, I don't trust him with Shedeur long term because I think he's going to try and turn him into a neutered quarterback like he did Joe Flacco and like he did Dylan Gabriel. But I think at least from we got to keep you in the pocket. You have to make plays from the pocket. I think he's helping Shedeur prove that. And I do think that's a big part of my comfort with Shedeur moving forward.
I don't know. At this point, I really don't know if that's Stefanski or if that's the idea that Shedeur has a quarterback's coach that he works out with 3 times a week.
Yeah, I think that is. I understand why people go there. I do think it's a little convenient. I know quarterback coaches matter. I'm not trying to say they don't. But if you have a great quarterback coach and an NFL head coach / offensive coordinator, play caller, whatever you want to call Kevin, who isn't worth his weight, I think you're still probably going to be really awful. I wouldn't see any development from you, even if you're
they all told us that you can't turn this around and get this that quick, that whatever that is fixed that quick, and then it looks like he has. But again, even within that, it's not even about Shedeur from that perspective. It's about the other 12 other quarterbacks we've seen Stefanski have, and that's where I talk about that flat line where it seems like when they come here, they don't get any better. They just are who they are. And that's really my big problem with Stefanski as a whole. And offensive, look at the defensive side of the ball. How many guys on the defensive side of the ball does Schwartz have that have gotten better? Guys like Malik Collins that come here and have career years. Devin Bush for the past 2 seasons has been insane. Like there's all sorts of players you can point to. You're like, this is the best version of them by far, and we don't have that on the offensive side of the ball.
So I have a couple theories on that. I will say I don't think it's a coincidence. I've said this a few times. I don't think it's a coincidence that Jerry Jeudy had his best season in a different scheme than what you're playing now. Not every wide receiver is comfortable in the on-schedule throws. We saw Odell Beckham Jr. chafe from that. Jarvis Landry occasionally chafe from that. I don't think Jerry's comfortable in the offense, and I think that's as big of a problem as who's throwing him the ball. All this being said, I think there's this thought to the people of the 15% that want to draft a quarterback in the first round. I think there's this thought of there's no risk drafting a quarterback in the first round, or there's no real risk taking somebody with the number 1 pick because you get to choose the right guy. I don't look at the risk of going forward with Shedeur much different than the risk of going for a quarterback in this draft, other than, 1, Shedeur is going to be a year ahead of the other guy, and 2, if Shedeur's bad next year in an improved context, all right, then you go draft a quarterback.
Right, and then you're set up for 2027. Yeah, if you don't like the quarterbacks that are in this class right now, it seems like it's basically a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, and I think the risk in drafting a quarterback that you're not pot committed to, and you still have Shedeur here, if we have a Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers situation where Shedeur ends up starting before the rookie's ready, and then you go off on a tear, you end up spending the number one pick on a player who might never play for you.
Yeah, but I do understand the fans right now that don't want to make up their mind. I like that we're forcing them to. Like you choose plate A or B, you have to choose something. But like, I get it. If right now you're like, I can't decide, I need more information, I totally understand. We don't even know who that coach is going to be. We don't know who the GM is going to be. You don't even know who the offensive line is going to. There's so many factors on this that we just don't know right now.
I don't think you have to be definitive. But if you, if right now today you can't tell me which way you're leaning, I think it is time to get off the middle of the fence. You can be on the perimeter of the fence, but I think if you're smack dab in the middle, I think that's...
So that's a good... I like that framework on it, like where you're leaning, because I told you, I'm leaning toward Shedeur and doing this whole ordeal and going with it next year, but like, you should be able to say where you're leaning, what direction you want to go within this, but I do think it's fair to look at it and say Mendoza hasn't even finished out this season. Mm-hmm. Like Dante Moore still has games to play. There's still a lot that could happen in a good or a bad way within the next few games.
I do, and by the way, I think what I love about that is we can all be skeptical about the playoffs and the amount of playoffs and what teams are in the playoffs. Listen, guys, last year, if Drew Aller had balled out last year, Drew Aller would have been a top 15 pick if he had played flawlessly in the playoffs.
In fact, that was used against him in a massive way.
Absolutely. I think Mendoza more, and there are a couple other guys.
Only one that was ignorant to it all was that Will Howard looked awesome, and then it didn't really matter.
Yeah, well, in fairness.
That was really funny to me.
They just cut on the Kansas State tape, and we're like, oh...
But Quinn Ewers, who just got the promotion today, like Quinn Ewers, that playoff, it did him no service when it came to, hey, we have to draft Quinn Ewers. In fact, you can make an argument it's why he slid to the 7th round when he was never projected to be a 7th rounder.
216-474-0092. Which way are you leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026? Again, 84% of votes in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat saying keep Shedeur as the starter. Jim in Strongsville, which way are you leaning as of right now for the Browns quarterback spot in 2026?
If they're picking in the top two, I'm leaning towards drafting one. Listen, Jonathan, guys can gaslight all you want to. I mean, would they do a poll or something? Who's afraid? Just because you guys say that the fans are afraid of taking a quarterback doesn't make it true. You even said yourself, you talked to a lot of people that are
first off, we just asked a question, but second off, it's on YouTube. We did the poll. It's right there. It's not like these numbers aren't just being made up. Nick, what's the poll say?
84% want to keep Shedeur.
Guys, I want to say to you guys.
You're ignoring data, Jim?
No, I think you guys are delusional because, look, you guys are like, Nick, you said earlier, you're like, well, I don't know if he's going to be better. Neither of these quarterbacks 5 years. As of right now, he's statistically the worst quarterback in the league. He's worse than all the rookies that have played. I'm not sure in 5 years he's going to be better than any of the guys that went ahead of him this year. Where are we getting this? I get we've seen glimpses. We've seen glimpses of shook down in New Orleans. They stink. And before you say the Browns,
Jim,
look at Nashville.
Jim, okay, so wait, so last week was a bad game. And obviously, in a 4-week sample size, when you have that bad of a game, it's going to take your numbers and absolutely drag it. The first 3 weeks of the season that he's been in, he was top 5 in. We saw the Fox graphic. It was basically every category that matters. So, like, I think it's convenient now. Well, I just think it's convenient now that, like, after one really awful week. No. After one awful week, you have zero context attached to any of it. His highs have been really, really high, and his lows have been extremely low, and in a 4-week sample size, it's going to drag you down to the way bottom. But if you watch these throws,
what are we really talking about? 3 throws a game? I mean,
he threw for almost 400 all-purpose yards.
Can we take off the Shedeur
in his third start with no offensive linemen and the worst pass-catching receivers in the league, he had 400 all-purpose yards, Jim. You just can't ignore that.
And then you guys will come back and you'll say, well, I don't know if it doesn't make it with the Browns, I don't know if he'll be a starter in the league again. How can a guy go from not being a starter in the league ever again to being your future quarterback?
Who says he's not a starter in the league? Who said that?
Yeah, Jim, you're kind of going straw man here. I thought you were keeping to the stats.
Many times that, Nick, you've said it. You have said it before. You have said, I'm not sure if Shedeur doesn't make it with the Browns if he ever gets a chance to start for
Have you said that in the previous 4 weeks?
That has nothing to do with the stats, Jim. That has something to do with the anti-Shedeur vibe around the NFL.
Oh, now it's all anti-Shedeur.
I said at the time, Jim, open up your damn ears. If you're going to quote me correctly. Thank you, Jim. By the way, getting back to stats, stop watching box scores.
The box score jockeys.
Open up your damn eyes. Seriously. What do I need out of a starting quarterback in the NFL? I need one elite trait. Would you consider Shador's accuracy to be elite?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too.
Survey
And anybody that
says.
watched the kid throw would say that as well. He makes plays. Listen, when we got Whittle Guy Dillon, right? I can't coach you. You cannot be coached up to be an efficient quarterback that actually throws the ball down the field. I've watched guys like this all the time. So few of them actually work. I have watched countless guys who have a natural feel for playmaking and at least one elite tool who can get coached into taking the simpler play. Yeah, I can. And I've watched it with Carson Palmer. I've watched it with Pat Mahomes himself. And I'm not saying that Shador is going to be either one of those guys, but I at least am seeing a playmaking ability from Shador. And again, I've said I'm leaning towards keeping Shador as the starter. Nobody's closed the door here. We have 3 more games to have this conversation.
We have a lot of games left. We have a lot of time left in the season. Now, I don't want people, flip-flopping and going from one direction to another, but let the games at least be finished before we make anyone put it in concrete.
Oh, but what about his EPA? What about, look how many, Bunch it.
You were going to do your swear that you did at the one guy last week.
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
fraud bleeps.
Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You tippy taps on his phone and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes. We do have to have the Ohio State running back conversation in about 20 minutes here. But the Twitter poll, I keep wanting to say it. The 92.3 The Fan YouTube poll is still up there.
You mean those fake numbers?
The fake numbers. Remember, the only real numbers are the stats, and those cannot be disputed or context added to them.
Unfortunately for Jim in Strongsville, it does work both ways. It's funny. It's like he just didn't want to hear the numbers. He didn't want to hear the stats. He thought we made them up. Mm-hmm. That's not great.
It's not great.
Not a great way to live.
I do. By the way, there's one stat that I really like for Shedeur. His ADOT is like 8.5 yards per attempt.
That's a good one.
It's a pretty good one. Yeah, that sounds like a guy trying to make some plays there.
At some point, we have to just completely dispel pass rush win rate and that made-up ESPN metric.
Yeah. It did not have a good weekend.
It's just it's an ESPN made-up. Did you know in pass rush win rate, if you have a play where the offensive lineman we're trying to grade whether or not they do a good enough job, if he falls back into the quarterback, essentially sacking the quarterback while the defender is then on top of him, the way the next-gen stats work, because they're all worked off of GPS coordinates, they look at that as a successful play for the offensive line.
That sounds like it.
Like, it's broke. It's a broke stat in many ways, but people just go ahead, just throw it out there as if you've ever pretended that one matters.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
I forgot to mention you can vote on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat poll. And again, holding strong here, 135 votes in, 84%, saying keep Shedeur as the starter. But Ben Roethlisberger earlier this year was quoted warmly. It was on his podcast, Footballin', that maybe it was time for Mike Tomlin to go. Well, earlier this week he was asked about that, and like, I don't think he thinks he said that.
I don't think I say anything negative. I don't critique the player. I'll critique the play. And just because I said that, there's a time for maybe some new things, that's just saying that I think, Coach Tomlin, if he wants to move on, he has every right to want to move on. It's not they should. It's up to him, and he's earned that right. If he wants to go do something else, he can and should, and we should honor him when that time comes, whenever that is. Maybe he wants to coach for another 10 years. That's fine, too.
All right, that's not going to hold up in a court of law.
Worse than Fana there.
Yeah,
that was a fan of flip-flop.
You would have thought Ben's lawyers taught him to keep his story straight.
My goodness. Well, I know, but Ben's got this right. This is not the court of law. You get to just basically say whatever you want, whenever you want. And
some people build complete shows on it.
Yeah, and it just is what it is. And so, okay, all right, that's how you want to go about it, Ben, and act like none of us heard what you said a few weeks ago. All Steelers fans in general, it's been an interesting ride as Tomlin has kind of built up a little bit more good grace back up. They're all acting as if they didn't boo during Renegade and as if the fire Tomlin chance never happened.
Yeah, as if they're not going to happen if they lose this weekend.
That's the other part of this. Like this can twist so easily. It's so funny to me. And so we'll just see how this one plays out.
I think Ben Roethlisberger is a soft batch cookie B, and I think he proved it. I think this is embarrassing. I think listen, I was never in on Ben Roethlisberger. I think we're all the way out.
You mean you weren't digesting football and podcasts?
Nope. See, because it's like football, but you're because they're football.
But then are you balling? Is that the idea?
But it's also like you're from Pittsburgh because they don't know how to talk or spell there.
The McAfee bit.
Omaha!
All right.
Downtown. He doesn't say that right. Give him another million, ESPN.
NBA Cup last night. The Knicks, by the way, they won, in case you weren't aware. Did you watch it? I have no idea if you watched any of it.
I watched the highlights.
Okay, there we go. I hope they were good for you. The Knicks have decided they're not going to raise a banner at Madison Square Garden. The last two champions, the Lakers and the Bucks, did raise banners. The Knicks have decided they will not raise a banner for their Cup championship. And you know what? I kind of respect it. They haven't won anything since 1973, and I like them being like, you know what? We're not going to go down this road. More people are going to laugh at us than say this is cool.
Nobody hates success, their own success, than the New York Knicks. They should 100%. That team played really hard from what I saw in the clips last night. And more importantly, I listened to WFAN today.
Yeah, were they celebrating it?
There were a lot of people that were like, I thought this was dumb. And then I watched it, and I got super excited.
They won, and they thought it was cool?
Yeah.
Funny how life works that
100%. Honestly, it's like this is a better accomplishment than anything Patrick Ewing did in his 20 years in New York, 15, 20 years in New York. This is a real accomplishment. They should hoist
It is not a real accomplishment.
Yes, it is.
Stop it. Now you're just trying to get me angry. No.
It is a real thing that happens every year in the NBA.
This is dumb, and you know this is dumb.
It is second to the NBA
Them
championship.
Celebrating this like it's real is dumb, and you know this is dumb.
It's bigger than the Eastern Conference Championship.
It is not bigger than the Eastern Conference Championship.
It's a literal title.
You're just trying to get me angry. Why are you trying to get me angry?
I'm not trying to get you angry.
We have a holiday party later on today. We're supposed to be in a good vibe.
And
it's
a bunch
the
of people are
Christmas
going to see
spirit.
your fraud-ass takes.
This is the fourth night of Hanukkah. Like, this is supposed to be a good time.
This is a special time in America.
You know I hate the NBA Cup. You know I can't stand the NBA Cup, and to equate it as if it's better than winning the Eastern Conference title is insanity.
It is. You are the last team standing.
No.
That's
I'm not going to be your wind-up doll tonight. I'm not going to be your wind-up doll.
You don't have to be.
This is insane.
You don't have to be.
You don't really believe that.
I don't know. Do you believe it?
I know you don't believe it.
I don't think you know what I believe or what I don't believe.
I know you don't believe it.
All I'm telling you is, I think it's time you bring a little bit.
the idea that the Knicks are like, you know what, we even though we haven't won a title in 50 years, we're better than celebrating that.
You respect their self-hatred, and that's fine.
I respect
but the truth
the idea.
Is, I respect greatness.
That's not greatness.
I respect achievements. And
Wemby played like 20 minutes.
30 teams.
He's coming off the second night of being injured, and he's like, I'm not even going to play a full game because I care more about my health moving forward than I do about this stupid NBA Cup.
How many teams do you have to get through to play in an NBA Finals? You got to beat 3 teams to get there, right? You had to beat a hell of a lot more than 3 teams to get to the NBA Cup.
A dumb take.
You had to go through your group, and then you had to go through the 2 rounds there. Hang that banner, you cowards!
What an unserious take by you, because you're doing this in jest. No, you're doing it in jest, is why.
I think you're
just trying to get me angry because you only came up with 2 topics for the segment, and you're like, let's get this thing through.
Bang biscuit, B.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
I got
what does
4
that say?
of them. That said the pinky was not going there. I got 4 of them.
Yeah.
Omaha!
You just can't listen. You should. This is better than anything John Starks accomplished. It's better than anything. Who's the cocaine guy? Bernard King accomplished. A lot of cocaine guys. Yeah.
Wait. We got to know why the 70s were so good to the Knicks.
Memphis head coach. Actually, no, I want to get to the Chris Paul thing. Screw this. So Ramona Shelbourne is saying that Chris Paul reportedly threw a Halloween party.
We have the audio.
And, we do have it?
I have it, yeah.
Oh, let's play this. This is beautiful.
ESPN LA, by the way.
He invited guys to his suite at the Rams game.
Yeah,
he threw a Halloween party, and then no one came.
That is the saddest thing.
It was really
a Halloween party. And
like
three
players. I think Brad Beal came and Zubac and you're like,
yeah.
He's trying to build.
If LeBron throws a Halloween party, how many people do you think are skipping it?
He's trying to be like, I'm going to try to help you build some culture.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring guys over to my house, or let's work out together. Let's have a Halloween party. His wife and he threw this party at the suite after the Halloween game, and 3 players came.
All right, is this a worse look for CP3, or is it a worse look for his teammates?
I mean, all I kept thinking of this is the plot to draft day. Is all this is?
It is.
Nobody showed up to his birthday party. That's all this is. I think it's an awful look. How are you, CP3, and you get nobody to show up to a party?
I will tell you.
People hate you if they don't show up to parties you throw.
I will tell you.
Everyone likes a party. Everyone goes to a party.
I think it's an indictment on Kawhi Leonard. I think it's an indictment on the leadership of that team. You should see your teammate trying to do something, even if you don't like the guy, and you should make it happen. The fact that his wife was involved as well, that's a different level of humiliation. This is full chotch by the highest paid stars in the Clippers. Kawhi should have shown up.
And Chris Paul in the corner, I don't even care about these guys.
I mean, in fairness, Kawhi can't be trusted to show up to 60% of NBA games every year.
Imagine Kawhi getting the Evite to that and then just laughing in his ridiculous laugh.
Okay, that
was a Fat Albert is what that was.
Fat Albert.
we have to have Kawhi in the system somewhere. Kawhi's ridiculous laugh. Imagine him getting the Evite and then just doing that chuckle. It's like, I'm not showing up for that.
You know that's not his real laugh, right? His real laugh.
You think it's a fake laugh?
Yeah, his real laugh is more like how Jax sounded when you faded him yesterday. It's more like
who would fake that? That's not any better.
That's not a real laugh.
You can't fake that.
Yes, you can. I just faked a laugh. That's not my real laugh.
Sounds like a bad Squidward.
Yeah. Why would you fake that laugh, though?
I don't know. Because your real laugh is worse.
You presented it like that's not his real laugh.
I have it on good authority.
As if that's a known thing. That's not his laugh.
Authority.
What authority do you have on that?
I like to keep my sources.
You got a Kawhi laugh guy?
I like to keep my sources close to the vest.
Out of all the sources, you're like, I got a Kawhi laugh guy.
Do I know somebody that was with him in San Antonio? I don't know.
And maybe the laugh evolved.
Yeah. Just like the way people feel about the NBA Cup title. It's 3 years in now. You should
Chris Paul.
Hang that banner. Hang that banner. Don't be afraid of your own success. Don't be, I haven't won an NBA title. No, listen, if the Cavs won a title in 2016 and 10 years later hung the NBA Cup banner, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, no, maybe they should put out a statue of Josh Hart hitting Jalen Brunson in the Nards.
What to do about the Browns running game? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Last year's first-round college football playoff games weren't even close, and there's a chance a couple of them won't be this year.
8 o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
What do the next 3 games mean? For Kevin Stefanski, this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Ashley Bastock coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. 86% now is the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. What's the next word I'm looking at? There's so many words in there.
Poll.
Poll. Which way are you leaning?
Of all the words for you to miss out of that.
I know. It was the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat that I think that's where I'm really getting lost there. But which way are you leaning with the Browns QB spot in 2026? 175 votes now, 86% saying keep Shedeur as the starter and draft a quarterback in the first round. And you and I touched on this a little bit earlier. And it ended up, I thought it was kind of defensive about Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah.
But in reality, I think it's just, I think people are having an argument about did we draft the wrong guy conversation. Because Travion Henderson has been kind of the backbone of the the run game for the Patriots the last couple weeks. People are now asking, since Quinshon went first and then Travion a couple picks later, if the Browns picked the wrong OSU quarterback. And I just think it's a little early to be selling your Quinshon Judkins stock for me.
No, I think so too. And what's kind of been nice about the Quinshon conversation is that I don't see anybody. We can acknowledge that last couple weeks, I mean, he's gotten basically nothing as far as production is concerned, but we all kind of acknowledge it's not his fault.
Yeah.
We see what this offensive line is. We see how hard he's been getting hit and really getting hit behind the line of scrimmage, so he's not even having a chance. He's still one of the top guys as far as yards after carry are concerned when he does get hit. Like He just kind of got screwed. Like, to put it like in a non-gentle way, like there's just no other way of looking at it.
Yeah, and I just look at it like going back to the draft. You and I were actually simpatico with this. I think we're both Travion Henderson guys.
That's true.
And for me, I think Travion has a giddy up gear, and I think that is the all-powerful, if you've got a running back who can hit a home run from any part of the field, you take that guy and you run with it. And I also thought the pass-catching element was another part that I trusted him more with. Mm-hmm. And so I always looked at it as like, I thought Quinshon was like a I almost said Joe Milton, Joe Mixon kind of player. Like, really strong back, probably top 10, top 12. I looked at Travion Henderson, and you can even throw in the injuries with this, as like a Dalvin Cook. So I would rather
and Dalvin Cook's career comp, and as far as like if you line up the identical stats at the end of it, is actually Nick Chubb. Oddly enough, like the wildly productive is the point there.
Yes, but I don't think you can go wrong with Joe Mixon or Dalvin Cook if you're taking a second round running back. And I will say this: I think Travion has benefited from the situation around him. I don't know, considering who his OC is, considering the way that New England really overhauled that offensive line, starting with drafting Will Campbell this last year, and then having an elite quarterback around you. I don't know you could set a rookie running back in a better situation.
Well, Vrabel, I think, it treated him in an interesting way that's paid off dividends. Basically, essentially benching him early on and saying, Ramondre Stevenson is our guy, and until you show me what I need to see, you're not going to be the one taking these snaps and getting these carries. That helps Travion in an interesting way. And there was a time, I remember talking to our buddy Brian Barrett in Boston, who does the show for The Ringer there, and being like, at the time, Travion's numbers were awful. And it was right around the time when the Browns took on the Patriots, where I was talking to Brian, and I'm like, there's a lot there. I don't know what Vrabel's final end game is, but he's going to you're going to see it. It'll pay off dividends. And you fast forward, and all the numbers for Travion, he's been able to catch up. All the numbers are right there with Quinshon, but the yards per attempt are much better. His receiving yards are much better. Like, everything he's been able to do, like, he's showing you why he should have been one of the best running backs in the class.
Unless you are vintage Nick Chubb, young Christian McCaffrey, and honestly, actually, even older Christian McCaffrey's overcoming this as well in a way that's kind of endearing. Unless you are young Saquon Barkley, because he's not doing it this year. You cannot, like most running backs, are a product of what's in front of them on the offensive line.
Well, but even
there's like three guys on any given year that can overcome a bad offensive line,
and even that's very
hard. And you
hard.
shouldn't expect that from a second-round pick.
Well, so Quinshon's not the only one, by the way, that is getting almost a Peterlin pass of sorts when it comes to these conversations. I mean, Ashton Genty.
The Peterlin pass.
Thank you very much. Ashton Genty in Las Vegas, everyone's just kind of like, what you get is what you get.
Yeah.
No one's looking at him as some sort of massive failure. There's been national TV games for the Raiders this year where he finished with under 20 yards total and did absolutely nothing, and everyone's like, yeah, because Pete Carroll in a weird way threw the ball 35 times and Genty got 12 carries.
Yeah,
it's just how it worked, and no one's blaming him.
After watching the Raiders a couple times, I don't know who got jobbed more with a Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll, whatever that was, whether it was Geno Smith or Ashton Genty. And again, I didn't think Ashton Genty was going to be the end of the, like, oh my God, he's Saquon, he's Nick Chubb. He's better than he is, right?
Yeah,
like
no, for sure
he's not Trent Richardson. Would love to Trent Richardson.
Well, but that's why people are saying the same thing with Quinshon. They're almost getting the same storyline. It's like we know there's too much talent there, and we know the offensive line has been too bad that this can't be your narrative. Now, what I'm interested in, though, Nick, is what does this look like for the Browns? If you have a player like Quinshon and you know he's talented, but he can't get anything because the run is just not there from a offensive line standpoint, how do the Browns do this moving forward? Because you can't continue to do what they've been doing, which is just throw out there, let him basically just average under 2 yards a pop, and then say, okay, Shador, you figure out the rest. That doesn't seem sustainable.
No, because I don't think the problem with Quinshon or. Like, I think the offensive line is the most important thing this offseason. I think the debate isn't, do you go quarterback, O-line, wide receiver?
I just meant for the remaining 3 games is what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Because the problem is, I think the biggest problem is the lack of creativity with Quinshon. And there's some pass blocking concepts that we've actually had people talk about. Lance Reisland was great about this, about basically simpler ways to run the offensive line the final 3 games. I don't even think it's just that. They know that you're going to run Quinshon between the tackles and likely between the guards. You can't do that. You're killing the kid. And it's what it looked like last week, by the way. And basically the past 2 weeks now, it's looked like they've just basically set him up to fail almost. But I would say, listen, they are putting screens into the game. They are trying the end arounds. Harold Fannin Jr. got a handoff this last week. Like, they are trying to involve other talent. I don't think it's that. I really don't. I do not think the running game is fixable this year. I think if you play a great run defense, you're not running the damn ball. And I think the problem is, do you do what you did? One of the reasons why the Bears game was such a disaster is at some point they just said, okay, Shador, go make every play out there. That's not how you treat a rookie quarterback, let alone a guy that people love to point out was a 5th-round pick, even though you and I think he was at least a 2nd-round talent or more.
But you see how this is unfolding, though. You see how this is unfolding in such an unfair way, not only to Shador, but then also to basically every part of this offense. If you have no run game, how are you ever going to even operate? And what it sounds like you're saying, and I agree with you, it's part of why we're talking about this, is that for the next 3 games, it just seems like your run game is obsolete. Because it's been obsolete for a little bit now.
216-474-0092. Did the Browns pick the wrong Ohio State quarterback? This goes back to, I think it's a great time to have that conversation. If you did want Travion over Quinshon, I also think you might be being a little opportunistic. And I think Travion is the real deal. I also think Quinshon's the real deal as well.
Yeah, I just don't think that if you put Travion in this offense, I don't think anything is changing really.
I think he's hurt already.
You think he'd just be damaged at this point?
Yes, yeah.
Maybe.
Kind of similar to how Dylan Sampson has gotten banged up here. I don't think it's coincidence. Dylan's another one of those guys. And by the way, I think Dylan at his best is like a C version of Alvin Kamara. I think you have the running back spot covered.
I do too.
I think Sampson and Judkins behind a much better offensive line are going to open up things for whoever the quarterback is next year. And I think a more balanced offense with somebody that can make plays down the field. Guys, I think with this defense, and I know it's popular to crap on the defense too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're hurt, and it's at the end of the season, and they're out of the playoff race. Like of course they're not. They're not who we hope they would be.
Well, so then if that's the case, then it's not really. I don't feel like we lost out on anything in choosing the wrong Ohio State running back. It just is it's just a reality. It is what it is. But this rookie class has actually turned out to be pretty decent.
Yeah, I've seen a few people in the YouTube chat say RJ Harvey, and I was like,
RJ Harvey.
There's another guy playing behind an insanely good offensive line.
Not insanely good. That's the best offensive line in the sport right now, in my opinion. Yeah. And RJ Harvey is still averaging under 4 yards a pop. Like RJ Harvey is having a good year. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but he's got the best offensive line in the sport, and he's averaging 0.2 yards per carry more than what Quinshawn is. And I'm not going to yards per carry you to death, but the reality is that if you have one of the best offensive line in the sport, that number needs to be 4.5 to 5. It needs to be much better than that. But he's been good. Monungai's been good. Cam Scadaboo before the injury was really good. There's been Marion Hampton. We both loved in the draft.
You ready? You ready for my Cam Scadaboo take? He's Peyton Hillis. He's and you're going to love him because he's a meathead, and we love meatball football. We love meathead football. Is he also going to get a jar of salsa named after him too? I hope so. I still will stand for Peyton Hillis. I would do some
Scadaboo salsa.
Well, yeah, now, but you wouldn't do Peyton Hillis salsa now.
Well, no, we had the one in the building on that shelf right in back of you for 7 years or so.
Hashtag never forget.
Didn't you want to try to eat that salsa at one point?
I believe there was a conversation going around.
Nick tried to eat the salsa, and Andy told him no, we're not going to let you do that.
I was gauging how much would people pay for that because I was almost destitute at the time, and $250 would have been enough for me. And we got the number. We got the number within the ballpark. I don't remember the exact number, but it was somewhere in there.
I would have contributed
nothing. And then Roth came in and took it away. And I was like, well, you're a killjoy. Give me my $250.
You just want your succulent Chinese salsa.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to feed my family.
I'm not the guy to pitch in for those endeavors, by the way.
Why is it the botulism? You worried about that?
I just don't need to. I don't need to see you eat 10-year-old salsa and then immediately throw up.
Okay, but it's funny.
That's not a good time to me.
Why? I retch. I retch.
Yeah, would you really go into the theatrics?
Dude, look at this stomach.
Would you really go into the theatrics of it all?
You think this doesn't retch like a mother? Come on now.
Yeah, you immediately puke, and then you're just like, where's my money? As if you're like a bookie.
No.
Where's my money?
I say, where's my money as I'm beginning. And then
you hold it up,
and then it's right on some sort of new backdrop
big,
here.
Yeah, as if there's some sort of big applause that's associated with it, when really everyone just feels sad in the moment.
No, I think there's a lot. I would expect if I ate Peyton Hillis, a 10-year-old salsa, whatever it was, vintage salsa.
Yeah.
I would expect some sort of standing ovation.
How long does salsa last? That's what you take a phone call. I'm going to Google that.
Mike in Meadow Falls. Welcome to the show.
Monroe Falls.
Damn it, Meredith. What you got, Mike?
Hey, I think both backs are comparable. I don't see one better than the other right now. I think one's on a better team. I mean, overall, I think you give Sanders and I think you give Junkins the benefit of the doubt. The offensive line is old. They've been beat up. And defenses know it. They're loading the box. Junkins can't go anywhere. And the Browns have nobody to beat man-to-man coverage other than a tight end. That's it. So when you stack that up against the kids, I mean, it's kind of an unfair. Every time they go out there, it's almost unfair.
I would agree, and as much as I feel like, Mike, we appreciate you, and to all the people in Monroe Falls, Meredith's bad, not mine. I love me some Monroe Falls. I almost worked at a McDonald's in high school in Monroe Falls.
Like making burgers?
Yeah, and then I got one in Hudson, and let me tell you.
You worked at a McDonald's?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
In Hudson. Rolling in the Benjamins.
What was the best part?
It was in Hudson.
Did you get free food? I know back in the day, McDonald's used to give you an hour. Every hour you worked, you'd get $1 or something like that for free food.
Nobody paid attention. You just honey badgered a lot of food.
You just ate. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, how do we only have 9 chicken nuggets? I guess I'll make some more.
Did you tell people that you couldn't make a McFlurries because you just didn't want to deal with the ice cream machine?
No, but I did one night. We had shut down the grill, and some lady came in at 9:59 and ordered, and I'm not exaggerating, 10 double cheeseburgers, and I had enough for 6 double cheeseburgers, but I had the double quarter pounders. I basically they got quadruple side double cheeseburgers, and the lady came in and just started ripping the manager, and I almost got fired because she's like, how is my 7-year-old supposed to eat this? And I might have said at 17, Lady, you came in at 9:59, blow it out your ass as I was walking out the door. And my manager didn't like that.
No, they don't like that at all. Now, last question. Did you
So many questions.
Did you get a job there because you thought I like food and so that needs to be the next step here?
Yes. And it was Hudson. The proximity to Hudson women
we do like Hudson.
Cannot be understated for 17-year-old Nick Wilson.
We do like Hudson.
Big fan.
Although it's not a suburb of Cleveland. There, I said it.
Now everybody hates you there. AshleyBastock, joins us. We'll ask her, did the Browns pick the wrong Ohio State running back? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is.
Injury report: Evan Mobley, Sam Merrill, Larry Nance Jr., and Max Strus are all out. Tip-off from United Center is at 8 o'clock. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have Ross Tucker coming up in just about 40 minutes here. The Twitter poll continues to hold out here. We're now up to 215 votes on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat poll. Gotta get an acronym on this one. It's really befuddling me. Saying which way you're leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026. 85% saying keep Shedeur as the starter. Only 15% saying draft a quarterback in the first round.
That's very skewed in one direction.
It does seem like this is very Harry Styles, a.k.a. One Direction. Am I contemporary or am I contemporary? I know what the kids are listening to with the K-pop and the...
K-pop's not One Direction.
That little short one.
K-pop's nowhere close to One Direction.
A little short one, short and sweet, whatever her name is.
They're all short and sweet. We're actually watching.
And then they got the one with with a lot of makeup and the red hair.
The Demon Hunters.
That's a show. Yeah, it's not even the same.
But that's K-pop.
It's K-pop.
Yeah, but it's not. They don't listen to K-pop. You watch K-pop. Come on,
what are you talking about? Cat's Eyes K-pop. I listen to them. It's Korean pop. It's a whole genre.
You were saying K-pop Demon Hunters. That's a TV show.
Yes, but they have songs that are out. That's what they're played everywhere. In fact, they were just played in the middle of Monday Night Football. I heard in the background of Monday Night Football.
You are so
one
not
of the
hip.
wildest. It's like one of the most popular songs in the world.
You're so not hip right now.
You're such a goober.
That's fair.
Get to Ashley.
That's fair. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com on the fan hotline. Ashley, what I like about today is we're starting the interview out of pocket.
You are. And you know what? I can tell you exactly who you're referring to, Nick. You're thinking of Sabrina Carpenter.
That's the one.
Short and sweet. And Chapel Roan is the other name. The curly red hair, wears a lot of makeup.
Yeah,
so that's who you were reprencing.
Yeah, Pink Pony
My
Club.
Spotify rap told me my listening age was 18. So there you go.
All right. So now I do
Mine said 30, and Nick made fun of me. You want to know what his was? Wait, guess what his was.
What, JP's was?
No, mine was 30. Mine was 30. I was the only one that I knew was younger than mine, so I like that yours was younger too.
That's good.
What age do you think Nick's was? And Nick is a 40-year-old male.
Yeah, Nick is a 40-year-old male. I want to be so out of pocket right now. I'm going to guess it told you were 65.
Ha! Older, 72.
72.
Oh,
read them and weep.
So close. I was so close.
Even your out of pocket is nicer than Spotify's truth. That's
what are you listening to?
A lot of Led Zeppelin, a little bit of Willie Nelson,
a lot of things that makes him believe that you can only watch K-pop and that's it.
No, that's not what I said.
Honestly, this makes so much sense now.
I said you watch K-pop Demon Hunters because it's a show. All right, understand what I'm saying there, Ashley. We're not asking for people for definitive takes one way or another. But if we asked which way are you leaning right now for the quarterback spot in 2025, keeping Shedeur as the starter or draft a quarterback in the first round, which way are you, Ashley Bastock, leaning?
That's such a tough question. I think at the end of the day, it's hard, right? Because Shedeur Sanders, we're looking at a really small sample size, and we're looking at probably the worst performance from him coming out of the Chicago game, and now he's got to figure out how to bounce back. I still think in a perfect world, in an ideal scenario, it would be that Shedeur is your starter for next year because I think a lot of fans are leaning this way, and I think that's why your guys' poll is leaning the way it is. I think fans and I think from this offense, what they really need is offensive line help and wide receiver help. So in a perfect world, if you can use those 2 picks on that and you don't have to use it on a quarterback, then that's great. And I also think the reality is this quarterback class, the belief coming out of the 2025 draft was that the 2026 quarterback draft class was going to be so much better. And I just don't know that that is really going to be the case to the point people thought it was going to be, in the sense that I think, some guys are going to stay in school. You think about this time last year, guys are talking about Drew Aller and Arch Manning, right? Look at how much has changed already. So that's where it gets interesting to me. I think if you see somebody you like, then by all means use a pick on that person. But in an ideal world, if Shedeur Sanders keeps improving and you can have him as your starter, that would be great, because he's a bargain price with where you got him in the draft, and you can use those 2 picks on other things that you really, really, really need to help your offense.
Do you think Shedeur will have a bounce-back game this week?
That's an interesting question, because the Bills' defense is kind of all over the place, right? Like, they're ranked towards the bottom of the league in overall defense, but then they're like the number 2 passing defense, right behind the Browns' passing defense. So I think he could have a bounce-back game, because he has shown this tendency to not make the same mistake twice, right? Like, even though he threw the 3 interceptions, there wasn't that sort of interception like he threw to Gage Larvidan the week before against the Tennessee Titans. And the one interception wasn't even his fault, right? It was Jerry Jeudy's fault. The ball went off of his chest and right into the hands of a DB. And I think the other promising thing when you look at how Shedeur has improved is there's not that retreating backwards, right? Like, we can look at that Rams preseason game, or even the end of that Baltimore game when he replaced Dylan Gabriel, where he was still doing those things, and he's making a concerted effort to not do them. And I think that, to me, continues to be like the most promising part about him. But the Bills' pass defense is the best part of their defense. So I do think that's where I would caution fans, like, hey, maybe don't panic if it still looks like he's struggling a little bit, because this is like the one good thing the Bills are doing on defense right now.
Ashley, it's prediction time, and we're predicting the leadership structure going forward. Do you think it's most likely that Kevin Stefanski is back, but Andrew Berry is not? Andrew Berry's back, but Kevin is not, or both gentlemen are gone, or both gentlemen are still here?
Okay, that's an interesting question. I think I have all my options straight here, fairly straightforward. I will preface this by saying I don't know what's going to happen, and really no one knows what's going to happen. And when these decisions come down to NFL owners, you never know what an owner is thinking. And of course, we all remember the Jimmy Haslam quote about 3-14 isn't going to cut it, that he said in his training camp press conference. But we also think back to what he said at the owners' meetings, and basically acknowledging that Deshaun Watson was a swing and a miss, that trade. And it sounded like, from everything we heard, that he was recognizing that Kevin and Andrew sort of like have this ramp, and that it's difficult to win without a quarterback. So if I had to pick someone to be gone between the two of them, I would think the more likely option is Andrew Berry stays and Kevin Stefanski would be the one gone. Just because I think you look at what Andrew Berry has done recently, right, and some moves they made. Like, I think about extending Alex Wright, for example, right? And I think about him flying around the country to watch these college quarterbacks. Like, this is not a front office or a general manager that's operating like he's afraid of losing his job. And I think, quite honestly, the Haslams know this is such an important draft. And I think, you know, the mandate really from Jimmy Haslam, they wanted Andrew Berry to nail the 2025 draft, and he did that. So, look, I think there's been some issues with past drafts, but it certainly feels like Andrew, to me, is safe kind of regardless here. And then I could see a scenario where they're both back, which I know the fan frustration towards Kevin Stefanski feels like it's bubbling up, but I mean, I do think it is kind of important to note that, hey, the owner acknowledged months ago that they knew it was going to be some tough sledding for this team, and they had to figure out the quarterback, and they didn't expect them to have the quarterback figured out this year. So in my mind, like, Kevin Stefanski would be deserving of like another chance to try to come back and get things right with that quarterback. But where it gets tricky is the fact that this team blew up its offense last year. Kevin Stefanski was kind of taking it back, right? And it didn't improve. The wins didn't come, and you can't blow up the offense for a third straight year and expect that to suffice if you're looking to make a change. So that's where it gets interesting.
All right, Ashley, because you talked about nailing the 2025 NFL draft class for the Browns, 5 years from now, who is seen as the best player from the 2025 Browns draft class?
Ooh, I like that question. You know, I think I'm going to go with Carson Schlesinger, actually, because it is amazing what he is doing as a rookie, and you think, hey, this guy's only going to keep getting better. So I would have to go with Carson because I really do believe he's that good. Guys all for weeks now have been saying this is not just a defensive rookie of the year. He is playing at an all-pro level. I think the game has slowed down for him. I think about Jim Schwartz saying like his understanding of the game and what he's seeing, that it took Ray Lewis, who Jim also worked with, like 3 seasons to get to where Carson is as a rookie. So not calling him Ray Lewis, but comparing him in that way is very promising to me. So that is to say, like, nothing of Shedeur Sanders and what Shedeur might become here. I think it is just still a question mark given his sample size. But right now, my guess would be Carson Schlesinger for that accolade.
Do you think we'll get to a spot where fans get more critical about the Mason Graham pick at all? Or do you feel like that's just not going to be a thing that happens?
I mean, I think we could get to a spot, right? Just because I think it would take years to get there, quite honestly. But where it's going to come is like the way that everyone has sold Mason Graham, and that there was more meat on the bone with his pass rushing. And I think if you take a D tackle top 5, you want that guy to be eventually pushing for double-digit sacks every year. It's the way the position has gone. Interior rushing has become so important. So I think, like, as a rookie, it's kind of like whatever, right? He's doing things to jump off film. He doesn't have that solo sack yet. He has half a sack that he split with Malik Collins, but you want those sack numbers to eventually come up in the coming years for him. And look, I also think Mason Graham has been impacted by the absence of Malik Collins. I think that hasn't helped. And I also think this rib injury is something that he is really, really fighting through, because that was not an injury where we've seen him gradually improve, right? Like he's been dealing with it for a couple of weeks. Last week, he didn't practice at all on Wednesday or Thursday. He was still only limited Friday and questionable going into the game. Like, to me, I won't be surprised if by the end of the season we hear that, hey, this injury was a lot worse than anyone knew at the time and wasn't what they wanted to disclose. So I think it's promising he's fighting through that, but that's going to impact, obviously, your pass rushing stats, too.
Ashley, there's a lot of scuttlebutt with TreVeyon Henderson balling out in New England that maybe the Browns drafted the wrong Ohio State running back. Where do you stand on that?
Oh, that is a great question, because I actually wanted them to take TreVeyon Henderson in the draft. This was something that we talked about at length. I just thought he was more versatile, and I think long term, the way people would just compare Quinshon Judkins' running style to Kareem Hunt, I would always think, well, that's great, but the tread comes off of the tires a little bit faster, right? Typically with those kind of backs when they run the way he runs. And I think it still might be an unfair comparison to look at the two, because Quinshon Judkins has faced so many stacked boxes because the Browns offense just can't do anything right now, hasn't been able to do anything downfield prior to Shedeur Sanders starting even. So that hasn't helped him. Meanwhile, TreVeyon Henderson goes there and has Drake May, right? Like, he's playing in this offense that is a lot more versatile. So that's a tough question. You know, I was more pro TreVeyon Henderson from the jump, just because I thought he was a little more versatile and elusive. But I think ultimately the jury is still going to be out on that one until the Browns get a consistent passing game.
I mean, that was like 4 great, good, interesting questions, Nick. I think I won this interview. This just one for me. We'll see how you do against Ross. JP. And you lost the whole K-pop Demon Hunters thing, too.
Well, I didn't lose that at all. That was a bloodbath.
The 92.3 The Fan.
I dog-walked you in the K-pop
YouTube
convo.
channel chat was saying, JP.
Actually, I tried to explain to him like a million months ago. When people say good question or great question, it's just because they're gathering their thoughts and they're trying to figure out what they're going to say. It's got nothing to do with actually saying a good or a great question. But he celebrates them every single time as if it's an accomplishment.
I need to stop doing that.
No,
I disagree.
Nick
I think I have great questions.
Nick loves it, but the problem is it sends him into this false sense of like what a great question it actually was, but it's just giving you a moment to get your thoughts together and then go.
Can I say though, I genuinely do think some of those are interesting questions, right? They're good questions
and
for the
could be
sake
fair.
of discussion,
But then
right?
after the interview, if he turns around and says, "Oh, I won that interview,"
she said,
won the interview.
Some of them are interesting.
You got dog walked in the
Bang
K-pop
biscuits,
discussion,
JP.
and then you just you
never
make up a
recover
scoreboard.
from K-pop Demon Hunters.
You
You're
make
never
up a
going to.
scoreboard.
You guys, I love coming on here and causing discord. I love causing chaos. It's so fun.
Well, you're out of pocket, but that's why we have you every Wednesday. Ashley, we appreciate you. Have a good week.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, thanks, guys.
Interesting interview from Ashley Bast out
she
there.
didn't even get a good or a great interview.
No, interesting. It was a
She just got
very interesting interview.
Couldn't even give her a good or a great.
No, very interesting. I'm just going to start feeding it back to you.
You see, Big
You're
J
jealous.
journalism, though. Not jealous.
You're
at all.
jealous.
Big J
the
journalism.
Amount of good questions I get, and you.
She knew when I said that answer. She goes, "She's right." She goes, she knows because she in college she had a professor, I'm sure, that taught her that exact same thing. If they say good question and great question, it's not that you asked a good or a great question. They're just gathering their thoughts. That's all it is.
Compliments for me or compliments for you. Just remember that, buddy.
That's not how you presented it with the scoreboard.
Well, no. I mean, I definitely won, but we win together. 216-474-0092. We'll react to what Ashley had to say. Don't know why I threw the number out there, but call it. But we'll react to what Ashley had to say. And Joe Burrow just said the darndest thing. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Josh Bookman and his team are here for you year-round. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. You can't say that about all other jewelry stores. I know, because before I knew of Josh Bookman and his great team there in Brecksville, I went to another jeweler, big box jewelry store.
Parts limits apply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
We're looking at a really small sample size, and I still think in a perfect world, in an ideal scenario, it would be that Shedeur is your starter for next year, because I think a lot of fans are leaning this way, and I think that's why your guys' poll is leaning the way it is. I think fans, and I think from this offense, what they really need is offensive line help and wide receiver help. So in a perfect world, if you can use those 2 picks on that, and you don't have to use it on a quarterback, then that's great. And I also think the reality is this quarterback class, the belief coming out of the 2025 draft was that the 2026 quarterback draft class is going to be so much better. And I just don't know that that is really going to be the case.
Back on Afternoon Drive, that was Ashley Bastock giving us, again, we're not asking for which one are you doing. And I'm okay with if each week you lean a different way, or if you go, well, this week I want to draft a quarterback, but I'm a little less committed than last week. We're just asking which way you lean with 3 weeks to go. Bring Shedeur back as a starter in 2026, or draft a quarterback with your first round pick. And we're talking about the highest one, obviously, whether that's the 4th pick, the 2nd pick, or whatever. I think there is a part of me that thinks I want to give, whenever you take the next first round pick, I want to give him a real chance to succeed. I'm less concerned about Shedeur because of how he's built. The gamer part of who he is, the toughness, the fact that he is just a football player more than just a quarterback. I'm less concerned with ruining him than I am a first round pick that I don't know what that kid's made of.
I think she's right, though, with the idea that it's an ideal scenario. And this is where I think Browns fans really should latch on to this, is that if you can have Shedeur turn into the franchise quarterback and have him be everything and then some, like, think about not only the idea that you're not spending a first round pick on a quarterback, but the idea that he's on that very friendly contract for a few more years. Like, there's a lot of advantage of making this work. Now, the downside, though, of this, Nick, is that if you throw Shedeur out there and he stinks, then yes, you are going back in the quarterback well in 2027. And then if you're going to the quarterback well in 2027, you're probably not being competitive in a realistic standpoint until 2028, maybe even 2029. And that's a lot of years away for a lot of people, but I'm willing to roll that dice.
I also think it's a year ahead with Shedeur and his development, and now I just want to see what the next step is. I think I still have curiosity about Shedeur, and I can't remember a time where I've seen a rookie quarterback with this much film already, four starts in 5 games, where I've thought, oh, I've seen development. I've seen some things I like here. I love the playmaking part of what he does. I like the toughness. I want to see more.
Well,
I can't recall at this point.
Yes. You know what I mean? Like, that's the other side of this.
Don't give him more than half of his games in a lost part of the season.
And if the worst thing that happens is while you're trying to find that out with Shedeur, you end up building a team that is all but ready to go with the exception of the quarterback, then you built a team, and that's half of the teams in the NFL think that's their philosophy anyway. Build out the team and then insert the quarterback in. Like, it's a real philosophy teams use, so it's not even the end of the world either.
Quick update here on the Joe Burrow situation. He was asked today if he sees a world where he's not playing quarterback for the Bengals in 2026, and he said, I can't see that, no. Then he was asked if he thinks about playing for another team in his career, and he says, you think about a lot of things.
Yeah.
That's the master of vague right there.
Well, not vague. That tells me everything I need to know.
Yeah.
That means he's thought about it. He's definitely thought about it.
Is he going to give him the old, I'm committed here for 2026, but I don't know what's going to happen beyond?
He should hold that franchise as hostage as he possibly can.
He should leave. It's not a good.
He should leave.
Here's the
It makes
problem.
sense for him to leave.
Here's the problem.
I think he genuinely doesn't want to do that to Bengals fans, but he needs to get over that.
And by the way, I think that makes him a heck of a guy.
Yeah, because I don't think it's about the ownership. I don't think it's about Zach Taylor. I don't think it's about I don't think it's about Jamar Chase. I think it's about the fans.
I respect that. I just think Joe is on a Hall of Fame trajectory. I don't know that he is anymore. If it continues at the rate of the last 2 years.
He's definitely not right now. He hasn't made a postseason now in 3 years, Nick.
Yeah, and I hate to say that because there was a point where it was a legitimate conversation, him versus Mahomes. I think we can still get back to having that conversation.
I mean, how many Hall of Famers in their prime missed the postseason 3 years in a row?
Well, and that's not just that. Now it's injuries. I don't trust them to keep him healthy. And here's the thing, we saw this with the Bulls with Lonzo Ball, ironically. One place that cheap teams skimp, and it really starts to hurt you, is the physical side of things and taking care of yourself and giving players everything, whether it's from your medical staff or whether it's from...
I'm sure you saw that Ravens post today. I think that's where your brain is firing off of right now. That whole room that the Ravens built, it's like $150,000 recovery machine that they have in there that now Hamilton is claiming helps save everything with him. And it's like the common response down below is, Bengals would never have this.
Yeah.
That cheap-ass organization, they would never do that.
I think San Francisco has 4 or 5 Vesper machines, which are very trendy right now.
Their recovery plan is a thermogun and a good walk.
You're lucky if you get one of those guns. I have one.
It's the knockoff.
I have. Well, yes. Hey, we got this one. We got this one off Temu. It's the same thing basically. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider, will talk Joe Burrow. We'll talk Pat Mahomes. And we'll talk which way does he think Browns fans should be leaning at the quarterback spot for 2026. Ross Tucker in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here.
Sorry.
The war on Christmas has to stop.
Blame the Guardians? I don't know.
We can sign Cody Bellinger, get a win for Hanukkah.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kate.
How I accidentally caused a panic in downtown Cleveland after the show on Tuesday. And scamming the scammers once and for all. Is it really beneficial to be a good person? It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
This is off the rails.
I'm way more upset about the big Christmas thing than I should be. That guy's going to go somewhere, and he's going to hit 210 but 50 home runs, and I'm going to be furious along the way.
It's a blessing, really. It's a Christmas miracle for John Kenzie because Guardians don't know what they're doing with hitters.
That's fair.
So, this might be a good thing for him.
It's going to make Jesus Aguilar look like Will Brennan. That's how much pop John Kenzie has. But listen, we got a lot of football on the way. We got 2 hours to go. It's a 4-hour show today. Jake Volnick's taking over at 6 o'clock. We got the lead coming up in 1 hour's time. And the poll question, we continue to defy anyone to change these results on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat. Which way are you leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026? This is not the same thing as taking a firm stance and not moving off of it. It's just which way you lean in today. Keeping Shedeur as the starter has 86% of the votes. Drafting a quarterback in the first round has 14% of the votes. To talk about that poll, to talk about so much more, we actually might need him to unretire and play this weekend, depending on how things go on the offensive line, some of the health stuff. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross Tucker now joining us on the Fan Hotline. I didn't have my best voice today. It's a little banged up because of the weather. I'm sorry I didn't deliver on the side part of the tagline there, buddy boy.
Yeah, that's okay. Just why are you yelling? What are you yelling in the background while Meredith is trying to do her job?
John Kenzie Noel got DFA'd, friend. It's a bad day in Cleveland sports.
Ross, historically not a baseball guy.
No. Who got DFA'd?
Big Christmas, John Kenzie Noel.
His name is John Kenzie Noel. He's not actually even that massive of a human. He's called Big Christmas, but he's only 6'3", 230. But everyone in the Guardians is really tiny.
That is Jonathan trying to explain away that Jonathan's about 6'2", 230.
I'm 6'2", 230, and Nick calls me basically small all the time. John Kenzie's 6'3", 230, and his nickname is Big Christmas.
He's 230 in his bra, Ross. This is a donkey of a human being. Not JP, John Kenzie.
I don't understand. I didn't know you could get DFA'd in December. I thought that was like a spring training thing or during the season.
No. Any time, really. Yeah.
You're never really safe from a good DFA in baseball.
All right,
Ross.
Maybe he should start. All right, good talking with you guys.
Maybe he should start.
John
Kenzie start in 2026.
Which way are you leaning? If you were here in town making the decisions, which way are you leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026? Keeping Shedeur as the starter or drafting a quarterback with your first round pick?
What? I hate when you guys do polls that are only two options.
Because we make you choose, is that the problem?
Well, I think there's a little bit of nuance to it. Do you have the number one pick? What pick do you have in the draft?
Just answer the question, Tucker.
Does Dante Moore enter the draft? And then if you can't get Mendoza or Dante Moore, then I think you probably go with Shedeur and have some other baseline veteran option, I think, is how I would describe it.
Okay, but that does make it sound like you would then take Moore or Mendoza. If they have the opportunity to, you would take either one of them and you would make that your quarterback selection to move forward.
I haven't studied Moore enough, but I'm pretty impressed by both those guys. I really am. I think I'd have to strongly consider it. I do think these last three games matter quite a bit for Shedeur in that regard. Quite a bit. I don't care what anybody says. How you finish matters. And I don't want to say this is worst case scenario for the Browns, But I'm guessing, and I'm curious to hear where you guys are at. I'm guessing most people, well, maybe not, since 86%, I guess, say they want Shedeur. Like, were you guys that impressed by what he did in Chicago?
No, Chicago was a disaster of a game, but I think a lot of people put that in the proper context of really the situation at hand. I honestly, the result out of Chicago felt more like people had the understanding that it's just you have only Joe Bitonio is the only starter from the offensive line from week one. You have the worst pass catching core in the entire NFL, and it just kind of felt like you ran out of options. But admittedly, no one's come to the defense of Shedeur in that game. He was not good.
I'll tell you what was good, though. It's kind of nice to see the Browns throwing these deep posts to Isaiah Bond. Like, it's nice to have. It's nice to have a deep threat. It's nice, and that's another one, by the way, for your guy Andrew Berry, that they kept tabs on him. That was a nice signing. Well, to get Isaiah Bond for 0 draft picks and just stay on him when you knew that the off-the-field situation would resolve itself. I mean, he looks like a real guy to me.
So
I'm not the number one receiver, but
and Ross, you're right. You're right.
Him than Jerry Jeudy.
He looked good, so that's the other part of that, and so that's like I think one of the takeaways from the game was it wasn't talking about Isaiah Bond and the 2 catches. It was more Jerry Jeudy had that big drop in the end zone that turned into an interception because it hit him in the chest and it fell down, and that's highlighted by Andrew Berry giving him a bunch of money while never playing in a Browns uniform, and then the idea that once again he ignored the offensive line and the problems that were going to persist on the offensive line, and so like it was, I thought it was a bad Andrew Berry day at the end of it, as far as people going from 100% safe the week prior to then today. It just kind of highlighted a lot of the mistakes that it seems like he's had in his time here.
Yeah, I think, a couple things. One is, I don't know that I would look at it, and I don't know that people thought that what happened in the offensive line would happen as quickly as it did in terms of injuries, age, and drop in performance. You know, it just seems like almost all those positions, other than left guard, have been a revolving door. And that's hard for anyone, I think. I do think the draft class is fantastic. I do think Bond is highly encouraging. You know, the Jerry Jeudy thing, I understand why he did it, but that has not worked out. That has not worked out as well as they were hoping for a bunch of different reasons. The fascinating part about the Shedeur conversation is that there aren't really going to be that many other good quarterback options. You know, I mean, let's say Dante Moore does turn pro, which he probably should, because there's a bunch of teams that need a quarterback and would probably take him in the top 5. So, but let's say, you know, there's a couple different arguments. The one conversation is if they can get Mendoza or Moore, I think they probably do that as opposed to Shedeur. But I think there's a very real scenario, and I think, by the way, Jonathan, you can have the argument about whether you should do that or not. But other than those guys, what are your other options? I mean, all these guys are staying in school. All these guys are going back to school. And so it does feel like on some level, you know, a year to really find out what you have in Shedeur if you haven't made that decision by the end of these next 3 games. I think they probably want to get somebody else in there just in case it really goes badly with Shedeur. But there's other teams that are sort of in that same wavelength. Like I'm doing Jets and the Saints on Sunday for CBS. Now, Tyler Shuck has done some really good things the last couple games. Some really good things. But the point is he's in a position where I don't know that the Saints are sure he's their guy for years, but it seems like they're sure he's their guy for next year because they've won 2 games. They now have 4 wins. They're not going to have a top 5 pick. He's playing well. It makes all the sense in the world to see what Tyler Shuck can do next year. And then if he does great, awesome. If he doesn't, there will be a bunch more quarterbacks supposedly next year. And the question is whether or not Shedeur can do enough over the next 3 games so that he goes into the Tyler Shuck category of, okay, he's earned at least next year.
Ross, looking at the big decision to be made at the end of this season, before we even get to quarterback, a lot of varying reports out there. Maybe Kevin Stefanski would see a different job in a better light, or maybe Kevin Stefanski actually wants to be back. Are Stefanski and Barry a package deal with 3 weeks to go? And on a 3-win team, 6 wins in 2 years, should Jimmy Haslam and the Browns have made up their decision already on Stefanski and Barry and their fate for 2026 and beyond?
No, he shouldn't have, because why would you? You know, in life, more information is good. The more information, the more data you can have before making a big decision, the better. Let's see how these last 3 games play out. I would guess that it's probably trending towards Barry stays and Stefanski's gone, because I just don't think you can have some of these performances that they've had down the stretch and feel necessarily good about the coaching job that Stefanski's done. And you guys know I think he's a good coach, and I think there's a pretty, better than decent chance that if the Browns fire him, he'll get hired again right away. I definitely think he'll get interviews again right away. There are certain organizations that it's almost like they give you a pass if you're getting fired by them. It's like the Jets, the Raiders, unfortunately the Browns. You know, there's certain franchises where if that's the team that it doesn't work out with, it's almost like it doesn't count that much on your resume. And I think Stefanski will get other interviews for sure and maybe get another job right away. Maybe not. Maybe he'll pull a Vrabel for a year and then get a job the year after. But I would guess there hasn't been enough growth, enough improvement. The performance has been bad enough that I would think that Haslam would be leaning Stefanski out and keep Barry, in large part because the trade with the Jags looks really good right now, and the rookie class looks really good right now. And I'm not sure I would want to mess with that with these draft picks coming up. I'd probably want Andrew to be making those picks again.
Browns taking on the Bills this weekend, Ross. And I remember a couple years ago you famously had the anti-Josh Allen rant. And the idea was baked around him never being in an AFC title game at that point. Obviously, he's gone on to have extended postseasons, but never appearing in a Super Bowl. Is this the year, with Mahomes out, with Lamar potentially being out, with Burrow definitely being out, is this the year that Josh Allen's able to achieve everything we've thought he could achieve for a while?
Well, first of all, what you're talking about would definitely have been a Sean McDermott conversation. And the Sean McDermott part of it was, why is Joe Burrow getting to the Super Bowl? Why are all these other guys getting all these AFC Championship games in the Super Bowl? But McDermott hasn't been able to, at that point, had only been able to get Josh Allen, to one AFC Championship game. I thought that was more of a knock on McDermott than it was on Josh Allen. I think the Bills, this is just a golden opportunity that they have on some level already blown, in the sense that, it's still going to be an uphill battle for them to have the number 1 seed. If they had the number 1 seed, man, they would be in a really, really good position. I think they're probably, have a really good chance still, and this could be the year, but 3 road playoff games is hard. I mean, that's going to be their path more than likely. 3 road playoff games. It's been done, but not very often.
Does McDermott get fired if they don't?
It doesn't. The Bills don't seem like that type of organization. I think Pegula, I know he's from PA. Maybe he's from Western PA. I think that he admires the Steelers and the consistency. But if they're like one and done in the playoffs, I think that that's very much a possibility. Because at some point they have to say, when's it going to be us? Well, I don't know. Maybe he looks at it the other way. Maybe he looks at it and says, you know what? At least we're still going to playoffs. At least we're still in the mix. Whereas the Chiefs didn't even make the playoffs this year. I would lean probably in that situation to we really, really got to try something else and try to take a different approach to this to try to get over the hump. We've tried these guys for long enough, and they just haven't been able to do it.
Ross, should Joe Burrow force his way out of Cincinnati?
By the way, did you guys see that evidently the Bengals gave Zach Taylor like a secret contract extension at some point?
I did see that wild move from them.
2 years, yeah.
What the heck? That seems like the least Bengals move ever. I'm so confused by that. Why they, of all teams, would give Zach Taylor these extra years when they didn't need to. That's actually the thing I don't understand maybe the most in the NFL is when these teams feel like they have to extend coaches for another year or another year. Where are they going? It's like, when's the last time a coach, his contract expired, he was a coaching free agent, and he went to another team? That's not a thing. That doesn't exist. That doesn't happen. It's crazy to me. Oh, my gosh, we can't have him be a lame duck. Why not? Quarterbacks, players are lame ducks all that. Let's let him be a free agent. Let's see how it works. And we can always extend them. I don't know. I think what these guys do sometimes with these coaching contracts, and in college football too, like the guy needs 9 years. I mean, maybe that's a little bit different because college coaches actually do just jet all the time to go somewhere else. I think Nick, the answer to your question depends a little bit on whether or not Zach Taylor is still there. I think if they move on from Zach Taylor, Burrow could see who they hire. If actually, now that they just paid Chase and Higgins, I'm not sure you do want to go somewhere else. I don't know. That's a tough one. It's like I'm doing the Jets game this weekend, and Jets fans are like, "You got to make the call. You got to make the call to Burrow. You got to make the call to the Bengals." And it's like, wait, Joe Burrow is not happy in Cincinnati, so you think he wants to go to the Jets? Like, I mean, where their top receiver right now is Adonai Mitchell? I mean, I guess Garrett Wilson's hurt, but I don't know. That's a fascinating scenario.
Ross, great stuff as always, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Later, dude.
Later, dudes. That was Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. I just wanted to go full Shatner there. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. We'll react to what Ross had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Browns have a tall task this weekend when the Bills come to town for their Week 16 matchup. Buffalo is looking to clinch a playoff spot this weekend, which they can do without.
Insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Mm-mm. Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
I would guess that it's probably trending towards Barry stays and Stefanski's gone, because I just don't think you can have some of these performances that they've had down the stretch and feel necessarily good about the coaching job that Stefanski's done. And you guys know I think he's a good coach, and I think there's a pretty better than decent chance that if the Browns fire him, he'll get hired again right away. But I would guess there hasn't been enough growth, enough improvement. The performance has been bad enough that I would think that Haslam would be leaning Stefanski out and keep Barry, in large part because the trade with the Jags looks really good right now, and the rookie class looks really good right now. And I'm not sure I would want to mess with that with these draft picks coming up. I'd probably want Andrew to be making those picks again.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got the lead coming up in about 30 minutes there. That was Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, for a very long time, has been an avowed Stefanski supporter. As a matter of fact, earlier this year, we talk about the Albert kerfuffles that we've had over Stefanski.
Yeah.
Was it 8 weeks ago where it was very awkward, and then and then I think there was Ross talked about we got in a fight the next week after it and all that.
Well, yeah, and then he came on and was like, I only ever fight with you guys.
I was like, it's only been one time.
It's it really wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah,
it's been interesting to see the turn.
Come get some.
Well, we want blood.
Yeah.
We want blood. There's no other way to put it.
I'm Hungarian and Irish. I'm built for this.
I mean, the Isaiah Bond is going to save Andrew Berry's job line. I don't know that I love that spin of things.
I mean, I think if we asked who's done the better job in 6 years, I'd probably lean towards Kevin, but it's a dubious conversation. If we ask who's done a better job in the last 2 years, I think I can definitively say it's a clean sweep by Andrew Berry, because I at least have this draft class. I at least have
but he's not
draft players from 2 years ago.
He's obviously not without fault. I just thought that was an interesting twist in it. I hadn't heard anyone bring up Isaiah Bond as a reason, as a bona fide hit for Andrew Berry.
I mean, he is averaging 18 yards per reception right now.
No, the last week was the best week we've seen him have. And if he's going to have this, let's go 60 yards down the field thing and just outrun everybody and let Shedeur throw it up, if that's going to be his parlor trick, I think it's going to be a pretty successful one, because you can keep doing that for a while.
Also, I
just haven't heard anyone phrase it that way with Isaiah Bond yet.
Real quick, I was right. When they signed Isaiah Bond, and it was right after he got cleared, and I was furious about it.
Yeah.
And I made the case, He's a typical Texas wide receiver, blazing speed, but he's going to be a go ball champion and nothing more. I was told that was a reductive opinion on Isaiah Bond.
I'm not sure
All
who told you that.
to this point was a go ball. And again, he's great with the go ball.
Who told you that? Because it certainly wasn't me.
It was a couple of the national dudes like jammed me up about it.
My take on Isaiah Bond was pretty simple. When you're used in college as a decoy, that typically means they don't think much of you. And that's what he was. He was used as a decoy. That was his whole role at Texas. But it's amazing how that's been able to, at least with Shedeur, turn into this little connection. Now again, he only had 2 receptions last week. He didn't do anything outside of those massive plays, but those massive plays are way more than Cedric Tillman's ever given us.
I think it's interesting. But
I'm not calling it a massive win for Andrew Berry either, though. I'm not doing that. We're far away from that.
When we have a discussion about the drafting a quarterback in 2026, one of the counter narratives to keeping Shedeur as a starter is, where would the Patriots be without Drake May? Where would the Bears be without Caleb Williams? Where would the Commanders be without Jaden Daniels? As if that just because those franchises turned around immediately because they found franchise quarterbacks atop the draft, that there's one there in this year's draft. I kind of feel the same way about the counter narrative to letting Kevin Stefanski go. And you brought it up. I don't think because you're going to espouse it, but because I think it's a conversation out there, which is what coach is signing up for this scenario.
Yeah.
Whether that's with Shedeur or without Shedeur. And I'll be honest with you, if a coach doesn't want to come here because of Shedeur, or they don't want to come here because of Jimmy Haslam, that's fine. I don't want them either. Much like when Baker wanted to come here and said, no, I want to turn that place around. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of attitude I need from an NFL head coach, especially because it seems like Kevin has gone into woe is me mode and check out Charlie mode.
I'm trying to find out the Browns sales pitch is what I'm trying to find out. And it's going to have to be the Browns having a sales pitch. It likely won't be, if it is, then it'll be like a Stefanski type hire the last time around where you're like, hey, you're an offensive coordinator. No one else is knocking on your door. Here's the job. You should take this. But if you're going to actually get somebody of note, somebody that's done this before, I'm trying to figure out what the sales pitch is. Because if you enter next year and you're not taking a quarterback, it's going to be a Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson in a camp battle more likely than not. For me, that's good. I like Shedeur, but does everyone else like Shedeur that way? Enough to make that the only job you have, your next head coaching job? Do you like him that much?
I think what's going to be, I almost think the fact that it's not going to be the number one coaching job on the board, unless you get the number one pick, and that might change things, I almost see it as a blessing. I don't want you chasing a trend. I don't want you trying to swing and miss at Ben Johnson like Carolina did because Dave Tepper can't stop firing guys, or quite frankly, you probably would have done a year ago with Mike Vrabel with him in the building if you fired Stefanski and then said you want the job. And he was like, I think I just got $3 more million a year from New England. I'm not bugged if somebody doesn't want to come here because I think this is a unique scenario where where a lot of people in the organization have a lot of power. So I just want to find the right coach.
I mean, but here's the thing. If you're not drafting a quarterback, and again, I believe in Shedeur, you guys know this, but if you're not drafting a quarterback, reasonable takes would suggest you're probably in the 6, 7, 8 win range next year. 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe even. Somewhere in that range.
6, 7.
8, 9.
I told my teenage daughter and her friend when I was taken home from school about this bit today.
Yeah.
And they think you're a nerd.
That's fine. I'm combating the nerdism that is 6'7".
It's not nerdism if everyone's doing it. And the 12 to actually no, it's 7 to it's 6 to 7 to
it's been going
20.
on too long. It's been going. It's in the 6, 7, 8, 9. It's been going on a little bit too long.
But I digress.
They don't like it because it stops them dead in their tracks. Is why they don't like it.
I think they think you're a nerd. That being said,
you know what? You tell your daughter and your friend, I think they're nerds.
Oh, they're not going to like that.
Well, let's start a nerd off.
What was your last point so I can respond to it properly?
I don't remember.
But
no, they're probably going to win. Let's say 6, 7, 8, 9 wins, somewhere in that range. That was the point that we were making. And so, if you're prepared, if you take the job as a head coach, are you prepared to walk into a situation where you're going to lose a lot in your first year. You're going to lose more than you're going to win. And not everybody is, because like Brian Callahan, for instance, you lose enough and all of a sudden you're gone after a season, and it is what it is.
I think it really depends on how the coach felt about Shedeur. Like Antonio Pierce has said, if he had stayed on as the Raiders head coach, that they were going to take him in the second round. That was something he wanted to do. He wanted to take, I don't know who his first round pick was, but they were prepared to take Shedeur at some point in the middle, end of day one, early day two. I think there are plenty of guys out there who are going to look at Shedeur and go, I don't give a crap about TikTok. I don't give a crap about the fan base. He's a good kid. And more importantly, he's a playmaker that I think I can coach into sticking in the pocket and making the simple plays, and then, off that, being able to build the big plays.
I hope you're right. I hope there are coaches out there that think about this as like a great opportunity. But even if Shedeur ends up being good next year, you still don't have a complete roster. You're so far from it. And you're probably going to have, especially with the amount of picks that we have, you're probably going to have a team that is loaded up on first and second year players. We had an insane amount of them this year. You're going to have 20 guys in the team next year that are first and second year players.
Nightmare fuel in the NFL in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for Fan.
from Seattle as Sam Darnold and the Seahawks host the NFC West rival Rams. Both teams are 11-3. Matthew Stafford and LA have already clinched a playoff spot, but the division title remains up for grabs. Who's going to pick up the key win? Find out with us on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. The show is flying by. Although I will say, hate to be that guy.
But now you're going to be that guy. You can stop yourself before you're that guy.
Well, no, but I don't hate it so much that I'm going to stop myself from being the guy.
All right, all right, go ahead then.
For a 4-hour show today, again, we're out at 6. Jake Volnick's going to take over at 6 for an hour as we get the holiday party to get to here.
Good old company party.
We're company men. That's what we do.
We are company men.
Actually, we just like to get paid for 1 hour to then go hang out with our friends.
Well, and so that does raise the question. If I leave a half hour in, are people going to get mad at me?
No, you made your appearance.
The idea is though that we don't have to do this hour from 6 to 7 because we are going to have to be over there because the party's at 6 and it closes at 7.
Because remember, you do have to walk there from here.
Yeah,
and that's a 5-minute walk.
Yeah,
but it could be a 10-minute walk with traffic. You just never know. You're just trying to get back to your car at about 6:55 when you're used to being there.
Is that okay? So, but if I left at 6:30, then I kind of like get another 25 minutes to hang out with my family.
Or, commute. That's what you got to blame it on. I've heard 77 is just not great. I'm saying how you lie to our coworkers so you can get the extra 25 minutes.
I don't think they're going to fall for that.
It's traffic.
I know, but everyone has.
Who's going to open up the app?
Everyone has. It's all
who's going to call you on
all right,
your
I'm going to try this. 6:30. I'm going to try that. Oh, that traffic. I don't know. This one's really backing up, and if I don't get home, my wife is going to be peeved.
I might tell Jax ahead of time,
so Jax can put me up on spot. He can get his response back.
Yes. Yeah,
it would be fitting.
It would be perfect if you're just like, guys, he's lying to you. Because
I would have had it coming. No. I want to be there until 6:55, right on the dot, right on the time.
That'd actually be really funny if we left at 6:52.
Right there. I'm not staying a minute after. I'll tell you that.
And do the Baskin and Phelps leave at 6:48?
Hey, who knows? If there's good food and good drinks, maybe I'll just stay there all night. I'm not staying there all night.
I think it's about who's still there.
I have to get home. It's really about who's going to get drunk and make an ass out of themselves.
I don't think we have enough time to be those guys.
Well, they've already started. This party's been going on for 2 hours. Like it's going to be. That's by the time we get there, people will be in the bag.
It's going to be a sales guy, right?
Always a sales guy.
Always a sales.
But there's always one on-air talent too that ends up just making a fool out of themselves.
We
can't be those guys.
This is in the early days. I actually think it was the year we got the Browns. So 13 maybe.
I mean, in the beginning part of the station that I was not here for, there were legendary Christmas parties.
Yeah, there was a year. I'm not going to mention names.
Ask me how I know. It's because everyone that was there talks about it all the time.
If I mention names, it's going to start rolling downhill real quick.
Okay.
I was looking out for somebody that worked at the station, and I was really trying to be a good friend, and they said something to me, and I basically said, if you say one more word to me, I'm going to knock you in another universe.
Yeah.
And then they immediately went to, why are you saying that? How dare you say that? I'm not going to mention the name because I'm not embarrassing anyone, but it is as close as I have come as an adult to actually kicking somebody's ass.
You should name that name.
I really want to.
Let's play the game. Name that name.
No one would guess it. No one would guess the name. You're going to guess the usual suspects, and it's none of them. I guarantee.
What a coward! What a coward you are not naming this.
Yes, I am.
You're telling the story, you're not putting this person's name out there.
100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Chicken Little across from me. I had no idea.
It's because I would like to still be their friend, and I think some secrets you got to take with you.
When's the last time you've talked to this person?
Oh, I don't even know off the top of my head.
Then you guys aren't friends anyway.
What do you mean? Oh, define talk.
Like actually hear their voice in a conversation to you where you speak your voice back.
Not texting. Texting counts.
Fine. When's the last time you guys texted?
This year sometime.
Here at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's been a long year, though.
But I'm saying you could ruin this friendship, and it really doesn't change your life that much.
It does. Because I
really
feel
doesn't.
bad because that
Really
person's
doesn't.
not
You
here.
don't even know that they're going to get back to them or not. Any of this stuff.
It's Cleveland.
Now you don't even know. You have no idea.
The whole thing. Anybody? Listen. With
Ask
love and
Lima.
respect,
We can say whatever we want on this show.
Yeah, like
nothing happens apparently.
Yeah, because by the way, conduit number one to somebody figuring this out would be Lima. Just in the same way that he sent us Ken things, trying to stoke our anger at Ken, not happening. We're Team Carmen right now. I listen to the Ken Carmen show with Owen Lotteman, okay?
Is that right?
That's how I do things these days.
Tough talking Nick right now,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and I'm still not giving up the name. Not a chance in hell. You can guess as much as you want.
I'm always Team Lima. Even when I'm mad at Lima, I'm always Team Lima.
Nope. Ken and
I think he's a funny guy.
Ken and I.
He pisses me off sometimes, but I think he's a funny guy.
Ken and I have made some great inroads over the last 18.
All I ever do is take care of everyone around here because I'm the mother hen and I'm Ken. Ooh.
Okay. Okay, you do a great job taking care of
It
us.
really stuck in your craw. No, he's taking care of all 7 producers they've had.
It was a great job.
I'd love to
define the list of times he's taken care of me. I can do it right now. 0. That's the list.
Did you have to pay extra for that?
My goodness. Hey, I responded to Lima. At least I responded to him.
No.
You really are mad at Lima.
No,
I had
I'm
no
not
idea.
mad. I'm not mad. I've just switched allegiances.
I had no idea.
I am Team Ken.
Well, that implies at one point you were Team Lima, and now you've switched allegiances to Team Ken. So what happened there?
Ken has done a lot of the hard work. Ken likes to text. He always helped building us up a little bit. I respect.
Really, I
the
texted Ken
effort.
2 weeks ago, and he gave me that meme of like the one from Mad Men that basically implies, "Why are you texting me right now?"
No.
That's what I got.
We are countrymen.
That's
we
what I got.
speak in gifs. Okay,
Uh-huh.
we speak in memes. We're men of little words, unless it's about sports, and then we don't shut the hell up. But again, it's a good sign that he responded. You're building a bridge. There's no bridge to build with Lime. He'll just nuke it at some point. By the way, B25 saying just Irish goodbye and don't worry about it. I do love. I am the king of Irish
I like
goodbyes.
an Irish goodbye. I do. I like an Irish goodbye.
Like and not just that. Like as quick as you. Not as good. I would say that. I like it to where you hear like, oh, Nick's in the building. He's having fun. In like 30 seconds, you're like, where did Nick go? I like to be a presence, and then I like to leave. Because it really makes the Irish goodbye hit harder.
I don't think I've ever seen you Irish goodbye, though.
Yeah, that's because you didn't notice it, because I'm so good at Irish goodbye.
I just think you're lying right now. I've never seen you Irish goodbye.
How many times
you like talking to everyone, though. You do.
Yeah, and then I say,
I've seen Lima Irish goodbye.
He does that to his own
Irish
show.
goodbye. That guy, he's like the king of the Irish goodbye. I'll give him that credit. I've never seen you do it.
I don't think you've been out with me enough to know.
Is tonight the night?
I don't know. Now I'm going to do a real goodbye.
Are we going to do the thing?
Just to be a contrarian. It's because you've provoked me.
You're going to go around and say goodbye extra hard?
I'm going to have like a chord. I'm going to have like a dance line music played, do a kick line, and be like, goodbye.
That's what I think you do every time anyway. It's
not how I do it.
It's
not how I do it. I'm renowned for usually it's because I'm so hammered I don't realize I'm not saying goodbye.
We're going to be there for 45 minutes.
That's the true essence of a goodbye, is you're so drunk you thought you said goodbye.
No, I just need to go around and make a convo with each person that lasts anywhere from 1 to 3 minutes so that they can say, oh yeah, Jonathan was there.
Are you attending a Conan party?
Jonathan was
That's what
there.
it sounds like you're doing. Is that too soon? I grieve with dark humor.
You know how that went. It's not like my goodness.
The lead.
You want to play Conan in this?
By the way, guess who I almost punched out? 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says. At Jay Peterlin.
This was not how this was supposed to go, by the way. It was not how this
It
was
went
supposed
exactly
to go.
how I wanted it to go.
Oh, I'm glad it went that way for you.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson, and if a kitchen remodel
on the roster. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Guys, who says the Guardians don't spend money? They traded cash considerations for Justin Brule.
I thought you were going to say Cash Lovett for a second.
Is that where your buddy's like, hey man, can you get this for me? And I'll think about paying you back in the future. Is that what I've never understood what considerations are?
I don't understand that. Have you ever had a situation where a buddy's like, I'll think about paying you in the future?
I've definitely had somebody say, I'll get you back in the future, and then the future never happened.
That's for
felt
sure
like
thing.
Cash considerations.
Okay.
And then you talk to him, he's like, I'm a little light right now. And they're like, that's okay. It's okay, we'll get you down.
This would have changed. We had a lot of those situations growing up, and nowadays you just Venmo request the person money.
I know, and by the way,
it's so much easier.
I will forget, the cabin every year, because usually somebody spearheads it. It's usually Jeremy, and then we'll all pay Jeremy.
Yeah.
There's definitely been times I've forgotten, and the amount of guilt I felt has been, endless. And he's married to a doctor. I really shouldn't feel that bad about it. It's more that I just want to make sure that we secure those commitments up front. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us last hour. He answered our poll question.
Our poll.
What did I say?
No, I want to emphasize.
He answered our poll.
Anything was done to our poll, it was just answering.
Question on if he's leaning towards the Browns starting Shedeur in 2026 or drafting a first-round quarterback.
I think there's a little bit of nuance to it. Do you have the number one pick? Like, what pick do you have in the draft? Does Dante Moore enter the draft? And then if you can't get Mendoza or Dante Moore, then I think you probably go with Shedeur and have some other, baseline veteran option. I do think these last 3 games matter quite a bit for Shedeur in that regard. Quite a bit. I don't care what anybody says. How you finish matters.
Okay, so he's right. He's right in the idea that we're asking him to circle A or B, and there's just too many factors that are unknown. And
he was skirting the question.
Ross is a guy.
Coward's move.
Listen, Ross is a guy that likes to be right. Okay, he likes to be right, and so he doesn't want to give the answer because he wants as much information as possible before he gives that big, declarative statement. And I in this instance, I'll say, okay, fine. Because we don't know who the head coach is going to be. We don't know who the GM is going to be. We don't know even what spot the Browns are picking in the draft. Are we giving up multiple first-round picks in order to get this pick to take the quarterback? What exactly is the involvement here? How do the quarterbacks even look down the stretch? There is a lot of unknown quantities attached to this. Could he have said he was leaning a direction? Yes. Yes, he could have. But I get it. I get where he's at.
I lean Shedeur because I don't think Shedeur was a 5th-round pick talent. I think he was a 2nd or 3rd-round pick talent, and I think he's good enough to start. And he might never be your 15-year starter. Maybe he's more of your Alex Smith for Kansas City. I think it's incredibly premature to say it today, but I lean Shedeur because I think he is a playmaker, and I think with a really strong coaching effort, I think he can get more comfortable in the pocket and learn things like the zone defense, which gave him a little bit of trouble post-snap on Sunday against the Bears. I think you can learn those things, and I think he can speed up. I think that's something that can happen, especially behind a better offensive line. I also just don't think it's a great quarterback class. And I reserve the right to change my tune on Mendoza or Dante Moore. I think both guys are talented.
Todd McShay, I just saw this clip going around. He was on Bill Simmons' show. Quote, I'm all in on Mendoza.
And bourbon.
Oh, is he a big bourbon guy?
I don't know. He is.
He gives off bourbon vibes. I could definitely see that.
He gives off some vibes. That was needless. The point is...
Yes, it was. Glad you recognize that.
The point is, I think Fernando Mendoza might be at his best a Jared Goff-type quarterback. I don't know that's worth moving off of Shedeur Sanders early. Dante Moore seems like a boomer bust pick. Okay? What does he need to succeed? All these kind of things. And by the way, I just think you might be better If you act like if we were a left tackle away on offensive line, I'd probably be closer towards, well, let's just take a quarterback. You never know, right? You're 4 starting offensive linemen away at least.
Yeah.
You might be a full off that. It's really hard to get elite starting quarterback, fully refreshed offensive line, and a number 1 wide receiver all within the same offseason if you don't have $150 million in cap and more picks than you have in the top 100.
Shedeur Sanders spoke with the media today. He said that he's more focused on winning games for the Browns than his own personal stats.
That achieves everything. I talked to Jameis like a couple weeks ago, and then he went crazy. He threw for some crazy yards, but he was like, nah, bro, like, the most important thing is the wins, and having that guidance, having that knowledge, from a vet like him, it truly, like, helped me understand, a little bit more. You just got to focus on that, and the more plays you stack, the more completions you rack up, the better chance you have at winning. So have I been playing winning football lately? Nah, I don't think so. But it's something I have self-evaluated and applied to my game.
Yeah, I understand why people want to see more easy completions, quick completions from Shedeur. I care about make plays. And I think this is a tough year to just throw it all on stats. If you honestly think, because the stats say Dillon Gabriel is slightly better than Shedeur, or 1 spot better than Shedeur, that's fine. Just tell me you don't actually watch the games.
That's exactly right. You're just not watching the games if that's the case. And it's like, I think it does tell the story of how Shedeur, his highs are very high and his lows right now are low. And so, like, Shedeur's got to find a way to become more consistent.
Pete Davidson. His highs were high and his lows were low. But he's good now. He's sober. He's going to have a baby. We're pro Pete.
I'm trying to think of Pete's lows, like extreme lows.
I'd say the massive drug addiction. That seems to be a not good moment.
I don't know. He did a lot while having that drug addiction, though.
Drug addicts usually do.
SNL, dating a Kardashian. Like, he still got the job done. He was a very highly functional drug addict.
I think the drugs would disagree. Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com joined us at 3:20. We asked her if the Browns drafted the wrong OSU running back last April.
I actually wanted them to take Travion Henderson in the draft. This was something that we talked about at length. I just thought he was more versatile, and I think long-term, the way people would just compare Quinshon Judkins' running style to Kareem Hunt, I would always think, well, that's great, but the tread comes off of the tires a little bit faster, right? Typically with those kind of backs when they run the way he runs. And I think it still might be an unfair comparison to look at the two because Quinshon Judkins has faced so many stacked boxes because the Browns offense just can't do anything right now. So that hasn't helped him. Meanwhile, Travion Henderson goes there and has Drake May, right? Like, he's playing in this offense that is a lot more versatile. But I think ultimately the jury is still going to be out on that one until the Browns get a consistent passing game.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. I do like, though, that he's gotten the Ashton Genty treatment where everyone in Las Vegas is just kind of accepting of the idea that they have a garbage offensive line and there's nothing Genty can do. I like that Judkins, people are using their brains when it comes to this discussion and are understanding of the idea that he's getting hit so many times before the offensive line and before the line of scrimmage.
And you and I were where Ashley was. We liked Travion more than Quinshon. I just, and a lot of that was his versatility, that was his playmaking ability. He's got a giddy up here from any point.
He was just better at Ohio State too. Yeah. Like, we just watched too many Buckeyes games. He was a better Buckeye than Quinshon.
But I think Quinshon is really, I don't want to call him a product of what's around him, but I think he's benefiting from what's around him. I'm really excited. If I'm excited to see what Shedeur could do in a better context, I'm really excited. Not just Quinshon Judkins. I think Sampson's going to end up being a steal as well. He has playmaker written all over him. He's just got to stay healthy.
And one hand washes the other, though. Like, it all goes together. And so you're going to have. I don't know what they're going to do for the next 3 games. It seems like it's going to be impossible to run the ball, and that's not good for Shedeur. Kevin Stefanski addressed the media today. He was asked about Myles Garrett's chances of breaking the single-season sack record at home this Sunday.
That's not his focus. His focus is on doing his job every single play, run play, pass play, you name it. That's really what he's focused on, and the record itself, and it's fun, obviously, for our fans and fun to be a part of that, but that's not at all his focus.
Yeah, that guy can suck the fun out of one of the most fun records in the NFL.
He just sounded like he didn't want to be there.
That's not his focus. Yeah, that's why he's got 25 written on his hands.
Right?
He's not thinking about it at all.
I'm glad you said that.
I'm not saying he's chasing sacks over playing good football. He's still playing good.
He's into this. He clearly, and he should be. He should be enjoying the ride.
About it? Yes.
He should be enjoying the ride. This is part of it.
By the way, he went full Shermer. He's talking about rushing the pass and stopping the run and dropping into coverage. It's like you just mentioned 3 phases of his job.
Who's cooler to get the sack record off of, Josh Allen or Aaron Rodgers?
Probably Josh Allen. For Browns fans, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. But if you bring down Josh
Aaron Rodgers in front of T.J. Watt.
Is he going to play, Mr. Punctured Lung?
I don't know that he's going to play. I have no idea. They don't tell us anything about that punctured lung.
Yeah.
They're so vague about it. Like, they're weird about this punctured lung.
It's almost like they're afraid of getting sued.
Which they probably should be.
Yeah,
They probably should be.
Yeah, TJ Watt is the kind of saucy little fella that's going to go ahead and sue.
It would be sweet, though. Actually, you know what? Part of me would be bothered by the idea that the camera in that moment, it'll have Myles Garrett getting the sack against Aaron Rodgers, and then it would also pan to TJ Watt doing like a golf clap. And then people acting like that's like some sort of like tip of the cap.
Do that.
Some of the tip of the cap type moment, because that camera's going to TJ Watt.
He's
breaking TJ Watt's record. It's going to TJ Watt. He's going
to be incensed. And then JJ Watt's going to be in the call saying
he can't be incensed.
This doesn't mean as much as TJ's record.
No. You can't be incensed in that moment unless you want to come off like something you've accused them of being before.
Do you remember?
Which is basically the biggest D-bags in the history of D-bags.
Do you remember the NFL honors where TJ Watt wouldn't show up because he wasn't guaranteed the MVP?
You can't sulk about Myles Garrett beating the record.
He sulked about the NFL
The
Defensive Player of the Year
family is too fake to, in that moment, just sulk about his record being broken.
No.
He's going to do the golf clap. He might even take off his helmet and do one of those. I don't know. But like he's going to do something to acknowledge it. And in that moment, his response will take away from Myles Garrett's accomplishment. But I trust me on this. The CBS cameras will go. It'll go Myles Garrett, sack, Aaron Rodgers down on the ground eating dirt, and then pivot right to TJ Watt's reaction.
I want 2 sacks against the Bills. All right, so he's not only is he bested it, he's cleared it by a sack. And against the Steelers, I want 3 sacks.
Now I kind of want this. I want this TJ Watt reaction.
I want him to clear 25 with itty bitty quiet. What?
New take is TJ Watt. Does he really even have a punctured lung, or is he just trying to avoid that one spot on CBS next week?
A lot of people are wondering.
I don't know.
Did he puncture his own lung?
Stop hiding, TJ. Stop hiding.
You know, like kids can give themselves like real big problems with little babies when they cry too much.
Yeah.
I forgot the word for it. That's what. He hurt his lungs. He cried so hard.
Okay, maybe that last couple minutes was out of pocket. maybe that.
I don't spot the lie.
Maybe that was a little much.
Was I wrong?
He punctured his own lung so he didn't have to appear on television.
It sounds
as Myles is breaking the record.
Listen, I don't know it's truth anymore.
I mean, I brought it up. It's my mistake.
Truth Social, don't know what that's saying. I'm getting on Twitter, it's saying something else.
I can't find anything online that I trust these days.
I'm going. ChatGPT tells me.
It's really become annoying. I have to not only if I see something I'm interested in, I then have to like confirm that it's actually real. And is actually something that like a quote that actually was said or something that like it just it's become really annoying.
Actually,
it's really annoying to fact check everything I consume.
My new pleasure is fact checking people's Facebook posts and just being the person of like, just so you know, no one has said this, because every time they go, well, yeah, but it's still true in theory. No, it's not. I've disproven it. Well, it's true in spirit. No, it's not.
I don't even have the energy to correct people at this point.
I do. It's very.
Like we had
honestly, it's a seductive power.
We had the other day. We had the David Wells conversation, and then we got a tweet on it, and a couple tweets actually, and people were like, "Oh, and he wore the Babe Ruth hat when he threw the perfect game," and it's like, no, he didn't. No, that was not the game that he threw that was not a perfect game. That was not. It was just a rant. He did it for one inning against the Indians of all teams, but that was not a perfect game. It had nothing to do with the perfect game. And because Facebook posts tell you that it happened during that, you think it did, and it didn't. But I don't have the energy anymore.
Where is this? Lord of the Drip OG. That's
Lord of the Drip. How about you?
Yeah. Nick giving the Steelers bulletin board material. Talk about some soft batch cookie bees. A fat radio show host in Cleveland calls me what? We're going to beat the Browns by an extra 3 points this week, boys.
Pony got under Lamar Jackson's skin a couple weeks ago.
It's Pony. I'm going to be on his FanDuel show this week. Yeah.
Didn't even know he had a FanDuel show.
Yeah.
Is it on like FanDuel TV or what is it?
No idea, but I will be on it.
Where does this FanDuel show air?
On FanDuel.
On FanDuel TV?
I don't know.
Why do you keep saying I don't know?
Because I don't know.
Is there another spot that
he said
FanDuel
he
does
has
this
a
outside of
FanDuel
FanDuel
show.
TV?
He has a FanDuel show. Can I come on? And I go, sure. And that's the extent. Honestly.
Well, good luck to you.
It could be on the Russian. It could be on Vladimir Putin's network. I wouldn't know.
Will you tell him?
This Nick Wilson really knows his Browns, man. That was Putin.
Okay. That was Putin?
Yeah. He is entitled American.
That was a solid pony impression.
He's entitled American, but I love his show.
Okay.
Yaxamash.
Went full Minions
In Russia,
on me.
car drives you. Yeah, okay.
Very nice.
Hey, there it is.
Ruining quarterbacks in your Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
With teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back. On the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability, as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Jake Volnick coming up at 6 o'clock tonight as JP and I cut out just a little bit early to go to the 92.3 The Fan holiday party, because we don't go Christmas, but it's a holiday party for all the many holidays. And very excited for that. So we do have In Case We Missed It coming up in just about 15 minutes here. But we started the show with the poll to end all polls. Which way are you leaning with the Browns quarterback spot in 2026? You guys can still vote on that on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel chat. 86% of people holding strong. It's actually grown. It was 84 the last time we talked about it.
Our poll has grown.
Saying, well... blessing. It is warmer outside. Keeping Shedeur as the starter. 14% saying draft a quarterback in the first round. We've talked a lot about the weak quarterback class. I do think, and this goes back to the idea of I'll have a firmer grasp. I don't think I'm going to make a decision in January, by the way. I think I'm only going to be leaning. I really want to try and I don't want to be first to market, have the first take. Just because I really want to make sure the Browns are competitive next year. 6, 7, 8, 9. Somewhere in there. So that being said, I do need to know who the head coach is. The GM, we'll see. I need to know who the head coach is because right now, and it's not an anti-Kevin Stefanski thing, it's just to look at the burden of proof. I think the Browns would ruin a quarterback if they took him with their first-round pick next year.
I don't trust them with quarterbacks. So how could I sit here and say that Kevin Stefanski's back, all of a sudden it's going to be great with Mendoza, it'll be great with Moore. I don't believe it to be true, so I couldn't possibly endorse it. It's going to be real tough. But we have so much time and so many different areas of this conversation to kind of mature and grow.
Well, and I think the rebuttal will be, well, Jaden Daniels walked into a team that was not ready. Okay, now talk to me about Jaden Daniels' second season. But Joe Burrow, well, one, Joe was not good his first year, and he did get hurt. He actually blew out his knee his first year.
Right.
And then talk to me about what's happened because that wasn't a well-built team.
Well, so both the players you are mentioning, though, that's injuries at the heart of both of them when it came to these discussions that we're having, like Jaden Daniels. But this is part of the flaw in taking Jaden Daniels even at number 2 was the idea that he was built like a pencil and he was 6 feet, 6'1", 200 pounds. If he was soaking wet, he was 200. I think he was listed at like 170, 175. He's just a tiny, tiny guy. Wiry. That's the term I'm looking for. He's wiry more than anything. Injuries were always a concern with him.
I think if I said, if you were for sure to have the number 1 pick and there was a Joe Burrow in this draft, or there was we go back to Andrew Luck because he was thought to be a generational prospect. If there was that guy there, I'd be leaning draft a quarterback with a first round pick now. But conversely, I think Shedeur's made this interesting. And we can you can throw stats at me, you can throw anything. Guys, watch the game. Like, he's showing you potential. Yeah, this is where you have to understand the difference between the stat output and what's actually transpiring on film. And I know he does hold the ball too long. That's fair. Some of those numbers are influenced by the fact that he actually bails out of the pocket and goes on to make plays, by the way.
Right.
But, I'm not letting QBR stop me from rocking with Shedeur going forward, or EPA. I don't care about those things. The situation around the quarterback. And, by the way, guys, it's no longer a 1-for-1 between Dillon and Shedeur. Dillon was playing in front of a solidified middle core of Wyatt Teller, Ethan Posick, and Joel Bitonio. 2 of the 3 guys have not played the last 2 weeks, and one of the guys hasn't played since the San Francisco game, and even then they were juggling him in and out. The offensive line is so much worse now than it was 6 weeks ago when Dylan was in the midst of his starting, and not just that, Jerry Jeudy's completely checked out. So you can't trust the number 1 receiver. David Njoku looks like a left tackle when he moves. And
well, by the way, wasn't even on the field last week.
And oh, by the way, Quinshawn can't run the ball right now, which was a part of the reason you were able to score some points, not a lot, but some points with Dylan Gabriel. It is apples to oranges, and the fact that some people can't tell that is really telling.
Yeah, I don't know. The way I look at this is it's pretty simple. If you have Shedeur go out there next year, and if he isn't that good, then okay, fine. You're in the 2027 draft class for a quarterback. It's really not the worst thing in the world. Whereas if you take Mendoza or you take Dante Moore, that's your commitment. That's your guy. And then in the meanwhile, you're also giving up the draft capital to go take him, and you're committing yourself to the idea that Shedeur Sanders at best will only ever be a backup on this team. And so, there's a lot more at risk, I feel like, in taking the quarterback. And if you don't, maybe it feels like you're taking it safer, but the worst thing that ends up happening is you spend a year as you let these guys get a little bit older, and you just, don't have success to then take a quarterback? It's not the end of the world. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world.
Also, I think this is really, really, really important. When it comes to a quarterback, the thing you're looking for is, do you have an elite trait? That's all the franchise quarterbacks have at least one thing that they do is well or better than anyone. Shedeur has that. That's what kind of kills me about this. I really don't think people realize how accurate he is and how useful that is. Don't give me the Dylan Gabriel completion percentage. Watch the 2 quarterbacks play. Dylan cannot complete consistently a 5-yard out route towards the sidelines in the flat. That you can't be my quarterback. I don't know you can even be a backup if you can't hit that. Colt McCoy could hit that play as consistent as anybody in the NFL. It was the 10-yard out route that was beyond it.
So now what's interesting, though, and I like us having our descriptors on Mendoza and Moore right now. I think Moore's got a high boom or bust possibility to himself. I think he's very young. It wouldn't surprise me if Moore turns into Jordan Love one day. It really wouldn't. But I like having these on it right now before the playoff happens because I feel like, and this always happens with draft season, people latch on to somebody and then they act as if this person walks on water. Yeah. They act as if this person's the greatest thing. I told you about Todd McShay 20 minutes ago about he's all in on Mendoza. Meanwhile, Coach Riz, who breaks down the tape every single throw, watched Mendoza in the Big Ten title game and was like, this is the first time he's taking anything close that looks like an NFL defense, and his footwork looks pretty sloppy. The moment that some of these things happen, it looks pretty sloppy. And so, they're going to try to find the positives within these quarterbacks, and they're going to try to make it seem like these quarterbacks are the best thing they've ever seen. It happens every single year. The people did it last year with Cam Ward to a high order, okay? You have to really think for yourself the way that you're doing right now and really think about what you think about these players and then risk do the risk first reward on it.
Yeah, and I actually, because of what you said, if you said we're taking a quarterback, I think Fernando's going to be a fine starting quarterback. I don't know. He could be a bust. Any quarterback coming to the NFL could be a bust. There's so many factors that go into it. But I could see him being safely like the 14th best quarterback in the NFL consistently. I can't see him breaking through the top 5 because he's not why Indiana's winning all their games. Hey, ever since we had Joshua Perry on here, we had a couple of guests say this. He's really good because of what's going on around him. That's not the same thing as everything around him is really good because of him. And so if I had to go, I'm going Dante Moore. Because, yes, you use the word bust. That's in there, but because of the boom. But if you told me 5 years from now, either one of those guys is definitively absolutely better than Shedeur, I don't know that I believe you yet. And I think that's...
And we'll see. I mean, he might do 3 games in the playoffs and showcase everything you've ever wanted to see out of him.
Well, and here's the other thing.
You got to leave yourself open to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. Guys, sometimes the quarterbacks in the draft are Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
So, and listen, I think this year might be better than last year. That's an indictment on last year, not a buildup of this year. I think we should be comparing these quarterbacks not to Cam Ward or not to Jackson Dart. We should be comparing these quarterbacks to Joe Burrow, to Caleb Williams to Jaden Daniels, to the guys that if we said, all right, Todd McShay, build your draft board of all the quarterbacks that you've scouted from 2016 to 2025, that would be in the top 5. That's where we want to be.
I also think it matters who's the head coach next year in this discussion, because if it's Stefanski, I don't think Stefanski can take you to the next level anyway.
Ironically, Fernando's his perfect quarterback.
I get it, but like he can't do this. I just watched too many quarterbacks with him as he just doesn't. He's not able to elevate anybody. He takes them for what they are, and then they stay flatlined based off of what they're introduced to Stefanski as. And so I wouldn't trust Stefanski to shape anybody.
We're going to get to some of your calls on this 216-474-0092. Until I see what the leadership structure looks like, I'm just worried the Browns would ruin a first-round quarterback next year. And I'm more comfortable taking that risk with Shedeur, a guy that I've already seen as a gamer, a guy that I've already seen some playmaking ability from, than not just that, but taking quarterback first overall or fourth overall, and then taking one asset away from that quarterback because you had to use a pick to get him. More from you guys in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. We got Jake Volnick coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. Excited to hear what Big Weech has to say for you, but want to thank our guest today, Ashley Bastock at 320. She texted us afterwards. Her mom said, "We're very funny."
That was nice of her.
That's very nice of her.
Yeah, we like that.
And she's right. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, strong stuff on the path forward with Shador. And of course, will Stefanski and Barry keep their jobs? But before we get to, in case you missed it, Brian in Menor. Brian, real quick, I know you got a note on Fernando Mendoza.
You almost got him Francisco.
Yeah. Good evening, guys. Hey, real quick, let's respectfully, don't overthink this. Don't overthink this. Mendoza is our guy. I'm a nerd. I've watched every throw. I've seen every interview. It is somebody that we can all rally around. To get your number one quarterback, statistically speaking, you should get him in the top 10 of the first round. And that's where we're going to be sitting this year. Next year, hey, if Shador's there and he gets us to 6 and 11 or 7 and 10, great. Now what are we picking? 10, 11, 12, 13? We got to get our guy. Mendoza's the guy.
All right, here's the thing. You gave it away, Brian, when you said you're a nerd. Of course, nerds are going to love Fernando Mendoza. They probably have a LinkedIn friendship with him.
You say I'm a nerd. Adam and Rocky River called me a nerd today too, and I don't like Mendoza.
Yeah, but for like nerds, you're like a cool nerd.
That helps, I guess. We've been doing a lot of evaluating since these comments. I've taken a lot of what you two have to say to heart.
You're like
my whole worldview has been just robbed.
Fernando Mendoza makes Russell Wilson look like Walter White. He does. He's just guys.
By the way, did you see the person online that was disputing the accuracy of that LinkedIn post? So like there's this guy online that basically Fernando had DM'd him at one point from that LinkedIn message and had been like it basically been like, I love your content, I think you're awesome, and like thanks for existing. And the guy was like he responded back and told Fernando he had the wrong year for when he graduated college on his LinkedIn, and then he laughed it off and did all this stuff, and the guy was building the case that the LinkedIn was just fraudulent and it was not actually Fernando Mendoza. And then Mendoza followed that guy on Instagram to be like, no, that's real. Like it's real. That's me.
That's not great.
The guy was trying to get Indiana reporters to ask about whether or not the LinkedIn is a real thing or not a real thing. That's how deep this was going.
It's like Pablo Torre level of journalism.
Yes, getting answers to things nobody really actually cares about.
Gonna let that one sit there for a minute. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
I'm Team Nick Wright on the feud. It just is what it is. It's where I stand.
I just think they've gotten crappy about it.
I stopped caring about what Pablo Torre finds out. Can I just say that? Is that all right?
Pablo Torre's a gentleman.
He won the awful announcing, like Media Person of the Year, or whatever that is.
It's that then Lebitard is being even more of a D to Nick Wright, and I don't stand for it.
Oh, really? Lebitard is?
Yeah, because they're sports talk supremacists. They think they're the only kind of
supposed to be like Friends,
sports talk that exists. That's not how Friends treat people.
That's how I think. Yeah, wild to me.
Yeah.
All right, I'll investigate. Maybe I'll find out what's going on. All right, Puka Nacua, he needs an investigation. We're talking about investigating people. All right, so this was on streamers, right? A couple different streamers. One was, I'm not even going to try to say the name because it's just not going to go well for me, and I don't know these guys. Well, because the one is Neon, but there's like a 3 in there for the E.
Yeah, that's right.
So it is just Neon.
Yeah.
Nothing weird happening there?
Not correct.
All right.
A 3 on?
Who knows? All right, anyway, so he's on, he's like basically interviewing. Oh, I've seen this kid before. This kid is
this is very close to like a Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima bit.
He's dating somebody way out of his league. You'd appreciate it. Anyway, this is what he talked about with Puka. Here we go.
Yes, the refs are the worst because there's just some of the rules aren't. And like these guys want to be, these guys are lawyers and like they want to be on TV too, bro. Like the game. You don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, "Yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football"? Like that was
no way.
Like that wasn't PI. Like, but I called it. I was
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro.
All right, so you're saying the NFL refs make bad calls on purpose to get screen time on television.
Weed is legal. I listen, you'll convince me that NFL referees are trying to cash in a parlay before you convince they just want more screen time.
It's a wild thought.
It's one that if you're high or have CTE, you might come to the conclusion of.
But doesn't he know he's going to get fined? There's no way he doesn't get fined for this comment.
I would imagine this is
this comment.
Roger Dodger does not like this.
This comment cost you $50,000, and for what? You really believe this? I don't think he really believes this. I think he's just trying to impress Neon with the glasses.
I think he really does, and the apparently all too attractive young lady. I do think he believes this. I don't know why we put some sort of special dispensation like all athletes are smart. No, there are, if you go to any locker room, 25% of those dudes got a brain. 25% won't harm themselves with scissors. Another 25% would run with scissors, and the other 25% would ask, what are scissors?
Okay,
so there are more dummies in sports. It's a microcosm of society.
Okay, but this is one of the best wide receivers in the league right now, and he's saying this. Like this is not a good
he's
thing.
Dumb.
You can't keep the conspiracies
rolling. You can be
rolling.
good at your job and dumb.
But if you're good at your job, wouldn't you think like, all right, everything's going well. The refs aren't getting after me. Why would I raise a stink about this?
You said the word think. I don't think Puka does a lot of that.
It's Iggy Azalea, by the way. That's the one that Neon is dating.
That doesn't impress me at all.
All right, very quick on that response.
No, that didn't impress me a decade ago. IGGY with their name in bold.
He's a guy I didn't even know how to say his name, and he's dating Iggy Azalea. That's pretty good.
I think it's Azalea, but I think it's how far the mighty have fallen.
This is more about Iggy than it is about Neon?
I don't think it's a great look for her. She's punching down.
Well, clearly she is. That seems like that's the consensus.
I mean, you know what? No. She's a talented young woman. She's Australian. She's made some money in her life. Good for her.
All right, then.
That's where my analysis stops. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. That's because of my voice, not because I'm being a spiteful jerk.
It would have happened anyway.
Probably. But then it would have been a spiteful... If I had a better voice, I'd be a spiteful jerk. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, producing us today. As always, guys, if you missed a second of today's show, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, like the videos, please. We like to be liked here. Meredith Kane, Matt Corelli, come over here and give me a little bourbon, sugar. Great stuff in the 2020s from both of them. Was Matt just talking to anyone? JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Overtime with Jake Volnick in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. The Miami Dolphins have benched Tua Tagovailoa for Quinn Ewers. And if I was running the Miami Dolphins at the end of the season, I'm doing a full reset. Owner Stephen Ross already fired General Manager Chris Greer. Mike McDaniel should follow in 3 weeks once the season